Dagestan, Russia, October 2009. God's sign number 1 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. This is the creation of Allah. Now show me that which those ye worship beside him have created. Nay, but the wrongdoers are in error manifest.
Flocking to a small village in Russia's Republic of Dagestan to witness what's being called a miracle. A 9-month-old boy has stunned the predominantly Muslim society after signs from the Holy Quran strangely started appearing on his skin. Stacey Bivens investigates.
Miraculous markings or religious hoax. These writings have inspired thousands of Muslim pilgrims to visit the modest home of 9-month-old Ali and his parents in the Russian Southern Republic. The family says soon after Ali was born, strange markings began to appear, first on one part of his body, then another. It turns out that the characters were verses from the Holy Quran.
It's hard to predict the future for this child. He needs to be guarded, though, because enemies of Islam may kill him. This place may become sacred, and people should pilgrimage here.
An estimated 2,000 believers and interested spectators have come with camera in hand.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, he shows you his signs. Then, which of the signs of Allah would you still deny?
Ali Yakubov is no ordinary little boy. Every few days, verses of the Quran are said to appear on his skin, and Muslim pilgrims are gathering to catch a glimpse of the writing before it fades. Only one letter remains of this Quranic verse, "Be thankful or grateful to Allah," that was once printed along his leg. Religious leaders say the words appear once a week, usually on a Friday, and as these photographs show, it is always something different. The baby's mother says her son feels unwell each time the verses appear.
The signs appear, he gets very sick, he cries, and it is even hard to hold him. No medicine can calm him down or bring the temperature down. The fever lasts for about 20 minutes, during which the verses appear.
Her 9-month-old baby has become something of a celebrity, attracting crowds of up to 2,000 Muslims each day. For many, the Arabic writing is a message from God.
It is proof that Allah exists, that He is Almighty, that He is with us, and that we are here for Him.
I want first of all peace and stability, and I think that is why the Almighty has sent us this child. It is a sign that our brothers should become more devout.
For some local Muslims, Ali is a miracle child sent by God. They hope to keep their people safe. Charlotte Turner, Reuters.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. In the earth, there are signs for those who seek truth to believe, and in your own selves. So, do you not perceive?
В село Краснооктябрьское тянутся вереницы машин, жители соседних поселков, паломники и чиновники. Все хотят посмотреть на 9-месячного Али. На теле мальчика появляются цитаты из Корана, аяты и хадисы. Надписи можно увидеть.
What appears under the baby's skin, in this first photo is Allah's name. In this second photo appears under the baby's skin, the Quranic verse 13 from the chapter 49, which can be translated as, "Surely the noblest of you, in Allah's sight, is the one who is most pious of you." In this photo, appears under the baby's skin, the expression, "Allah is great." What appears under the baby's skin? A well-known saying of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which can be translated as, "The one who guides others to a good deed, is rewarded like the one who does that good deed." And here, the Quranic verse 62 from the chapter 39, Allah is creator of all things. What appears under the baby's skin, is the testimony of belief in Islam. I bear witness that there is no God, except Allah. And if ye are in doubt concerning that which we reveal unto our slave Muhammad, Holy Quran chapter 2 verse 23. Here appears under the baby's skin the Quranic verse, "Thus was the disbeliever abashed." Holy Quran chapter 2 verse 258.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. We shall show them our portents on the horizons and within themselves until it will be manifest unto them that it is the truth. Doth not thy Lord suffice, since he is witness over all things?
Minami Senroku, Japan, March 2011, God sign number 2 of 22. Tsunami terrifying power.
Tsunami waves, erasing the Japanese city Minami Senroku within approximately 6 minutes.
Indonesia, Indian Ocean, December 2004, God sign number 3 of 22.
Sexual tourism, prostitution, child sex tourism, men and women erode all, on beaches, wine drinking, child sexual abuse, are some of the tourism field atrocity and shaming practices, severely denied by Lord.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Calamities have appeared on land and sea, because of what the hands of the people have earned. So that He Allah makes them taste some of what they did, in order that they may return to the right way.
Mosques, the unique surviving buildings, in powerful devastating tsunami. The massive earthquake before tsunami. 40 minutes before the tsunami slammed into Banasat, a massive earthquake erupted under the Indian Ocean, leading for a great damage on buildings.
I saw another people just like us, some of them lying on the ground because the wave of the earthquake is so strong. So we wait for...
The earthquake was followed by a horrible devastating tsunami.
In this village of 4,000 people, the only building still standing is the mosque. Inside the sacred place, we find a villager. He said that only 1 out of 10 people had survived here. Among the dead were his 2 children. When we thought it couldn't get any worse, we came to the next village. Again, the mosque was the only building still standing. Geography had conspired against this community. It was hemmed in by hills which funneled the wave. I don't know the name of the place, but that doesn't really matter anymore, for it has ceased to exist. Except for myself, my cameraman, and our interpreter, there wasn't another living soul. These are survivors in Banda Aceh, the capital of this part of Sumatra. They're alive, but the chances are they have lost most of what they associated with living. So many people now have fewer relatives and no home. And it's here that the killer wave began its assault on the city. We walk the tsunami's path inland. The swathe it cut is so wide, it stretches as far as the eye can see in both directions. It's a wasteland.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Your Lord is not such that he would destroy the towns unjustly, while their people are good in their ways.
Tôle, bois, mobilier, voitures, tout est emporté, le toit de la mosquée devient un lieu de refuge. Autour de la ville, c'est le même paysage de désolation. Là encore, tout a disparu, excepté la mosquée. Voici celle du village de Longa, la même, vue de l'espace avant la catastrophe, et après, la seule à avoir résisté à un océan de dévastation.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. So we took each one in his sin. Of them was he on whom we sent a hurricane, and of them was he who was overtaken by the awful cry, and of them was he whom we caused the earth to swallow, and of them was he whom we drowned. It was not for Allah to wrong them, but they wronged themselves.
After the massive earthquake, followed by the horrible devastating tsunami, mosques in Banasat, Muleba, and Lampuka remains in perfect standing, surrounded by vanishing buildings, and structures razed to the ground.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And that mosques belong to Allah. So, do not invoke anyone along with Allah.
Monroe, USA, June 2010, God's sign number 4 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. The Jews and Christians say, we are sons of Allah and his loved ones. Say, why then doth he chastise you for your sins? Nay, ye are but mortals of his creating. He forgiveth whom he will, and chastiseth whom he will. The originator of the heavens and the earth. How can he have a child when there is for him no consort? Allah hath not chosen any son, nor is there any God along with him. Else would each God have assuredly championed that which he created. and some of them would assuredly have overcome others. Glorified be Allah above all that they allege.
Overnight, one church's giant Jesus statue is in ruins this morning. The storms that moved through the area likely sparked a fire that destroyed the well-known landmark. For the latest, we go to Jordan Burgess live in our newsroom with reaction from church members. It's this morning's top story.
Right now, some church members are saddened, others still in shock as they try to come to terms with the burning of the statue that's been a beacon for them for years. And take a look at the spot where that statue used to stand here at the Solid Rock Church on Union Road just off Interstate 75. Now only a few pieces of the frame are left. The outstretched arms that used to grab the attention of anyone driving by on the interstate are no more. They were turned to ashes by flames. The fire also damaged the attic of the church's amphitheater. No official word yet on what caused the blaze, but lightning from the storms that moved through the area is likely to blame. Now, word of the fire spread quickly. A number of church members showed up to see what had happened. Many couldn't believe it and had to see for themselves. They say the fire has shaken the foundation of the Solid Rock Church.
This is my home church. This is the church I raised my kids. And I just know that something is not right now. We just all have to go on our face and ask God, because this cannot be a coincidence.
I was pretty upset, seeing such a big, thing of, our Lord and Savior, just gone. It's pretty sad.
Now, we expect to learn more about the total amount of damage a little bit later this morning. No word yet what the church plans to do, whether or not officials will rebuild the statue. But we'll continue to follow this story throughout the day. For now, reporting live, Jordan Burgess, 2 News on your side.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, and whoso seeketh as religion other than the surrender to Allah, it will not be accepted from him, and he will be a loser in the hereafter. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And they say, the Beneficent hath taken unto himself a son. Assuredly, ye utter a disastrous thing, whereby almost the heavens are torn, and the earth is split asunder, and the mountains fall in ruin. That ye ascribe unto the Beneficent a son, when it is not meet for the majesty of the Beneficent that he should choose a son. Never think that Allah is unaware of what the wrongdoers are doing. He is but giving them respite up to a day when the eyes shall remain upraised in terror.
Ajman, Yui, June 2011, to albino Oscar fish, God's sign number 5 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. The doing of Allah, who perfecteth all things.
Allah. Allah.
Muhammad.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Muhammad is not the father of any man among you, but he is the messenger of Allah, and the seal of the prophets.
Dubai, UE. May, 2010, German doctor, Knut Pfeiffer's discovery, God's sign number 6 of 22. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And proclaim unto mankind the pilgrimage, they will come unto thee on foot, and on every lean camel, they will come from every deep ravine, that they may witness things that are of benefit to them. German search, making great discovery. Zamzam, the Islamic holy water, 1,000 times more powerful than any other water on earth.
Quick. If you do something into your body, or you think, your body reacts immediately. So 20 minutes is a nice time.
We believe that Zamzam water has healing powers. I mean, our religion tells us that Zamzam lima shuriba lah. So whatever we drink it for, it will happen.
So see, what do we see? We see an answer. In these pictures, we always see an answer of something that happens to you. That means if your cell systems, and the energy comes from your cell systems, answer like this on the left picture, it's like a kiss to them. They smile and say, yes, that's great. Munich water, they say, oh, please, don't.
Enough.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's very important and so easy to see. We have to continue.
How can we judge then what to drink, what to eat, what to get inside our bodies, if this is the result? I mean, I'm astonished. I mean, maybe the cigarettes, it's straightforward, you know, that of course it affects your body in a negative way. But coffee, for instance, I always thought it was something that would energize every single atom of your body.
If I have the chance, I would invent something that everybody, with which machine everybody can measure its energetic fields. There's a professor in Munich I know very well now since about 12 years. He can develop such a machine. If you have this, and if you start to measure your energetic field before and after something, you will change your habit, 100%. Because as it impressed you, drinking Zamzam water or smoking or taking a coffee, you won't do it again. If it changes, and always see, it's an answer. Your cell systems do answer. They say, yeah, I like this. Oh, no, please don't. This is the first thing. And the second thing, we invented a therapy to all this knowledge. You must see, it's 12 years old. I'm dealing with this and working about this for 12 years, nearly every day. The therapy we invented is called energetic field therapy, of course. There's one picture as well. It's an electromagnetic field with a very low intensity. It just gives you information in water. You can see the answer of your energetic field similar to the answer of Zamzam water. That means if I present a special energy, which your energetic fields, which your cell loves, they answer. If somebody kisses you, you answer with a smile. Like your cells, this is what cells do. If you are beaten, you won't smile. This is what your cell systems on an energetic level do.
Is there such thing as negative energy and positive energy that you absorb from others as well?
Of course, from people as well. Because I present my energetic field and you present your energetic field, they mix each other now. This is the way how you think that somebody is somebody you like from the first glance or not. Because there's information in it. I give all my information from my inside and you do it as well. So we inform ourselves on an energetic way.
Now what about, what is it did you feel when you studied the Zamzam water? Did it come as a huge surprise for you? I mean, it's for us, it's belief, it's part of our belief, but for you, how was it?
It was just a chance to get to study this water. I know, of course, the importance of Zamzam water, but I think I'm the first to try to study what does it do. it betters your energetic field, and that means it makes you healthier. I think if you can drink it every day.
In this show, we had a segment on Zamzam water before, where a Japanese professor.
I know him, the one who talks love into the water and so.
Exactly.
I forgot his name.
I was surprised when I saw the how seriously it affects the love and hate, whatever you say, affects the water as well. But the effect of Zamzam water, it's 1,000 times heavier than normal water, and nothing is negative about it.
Right. Right.
Nothing.
See the Munich water. It's a disaster. It's chemical pure. There's no bacterials in it, nothing. But on an energetic level, it's a disaster.
How do you think a revelation like this can be used to the best, to better everybody's lives? Zamzam, how can it change us?
So if you have the chance to drink it every day, it betters your health. I think not every Arabic people in the whole world can drink Zamzam water every day. So maybe for this is a possibility, a therapy, similar to the one we invented, the energetic field therapy. It's a kind of Zamzam water on an energetic way. It's not something to drink, it's something to lay on, but it betters your energetic fields. I think we start with a complete new medicine. I think in the future we will deal with our energy and not only with our chemical way of life. It's 96 years old that we know that everything is energy.
You must be intrigued to study more about Zamzam water. What is it, if it's in a perfect scenario, you want to do with Zamzam water?
We just opened it a little bit, the secret of your holy water. We just could show something. Of course, it would be great to study more of it, to get a chance to study it where it came from.
From the source.
From the source. We took it to Munich, transporting. It still had a lot of energy. So how much energy
do you think
will
it would
have?
Be more from
I think it loses, and it still had so much. So how much energy will it have? We could picture the energetic fields in Jeddah, Mecca, or something, somewhere. But for this, we need a new device. The device we have in Munich is not to be carried. It's not portable. So we have to develop new machines. Portable devices that we can take them, for instance, to Jeddah or to Mecca, and so on.
One of the most fascinating things you told me today was how you assessed the energy before meditation or prayer and after meditation or prayer. I do know that why the prayers are spread for us throughout the day, 5 times a day, with intervals that are no less than X amount of hours. It means something because it keeps the energy level, as you said, high. It's quite amazing for me to hear from you that it is there. The reason why after you pray, you get certain energy around you, a hail of some sort that helps you go on and continue and gives you some inner peace.
Yes.
What is it about praying that you want to study more?
If we would have the chance to picture the energetic field before and after praying, before and after going to Mecca, Hajj is called, I think. You will learn so much more about what happens in your holy place. You will learn much more what happens in your body. Inside us. See, a divine energy surrounds us 24 hours a day. We have to open us to it, then it comes into us. We can measure, we can picture this before and after meditation, but we have to learn much more. We need better devices, more sophisticated, more studies, more sophisticated things. We can learn a lot.
I wish you all the luck in the world.
Thanks.
Really, and that many organizations support whatever you're doing. I mean, this is worth investing in because we need to know more and learn more. Now, as you rightly said when we were discussing this, if you're praying anywhere distracted by sounds of TV, kids playing, many things that everyday life, exposes you to, it's different from being in Mecca or in Medina and being totally, enveloped by the inner peace and the sound of prayer. And it's just magnificent feeling that I cannot explain and I cannot put in words, but I'm sure if you study it, things will come up.
Maybe you can see it, yeah.
I hope
maybe,
so.
I'm very sure you can see it. It must be.
Katy, Texas, USA, July 2011, God sign number 7 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Verily, your Lord, it is He who knows best who strays from His way, and He who knows best the rightly guided ones. And why should you not eat of that meat, on which Allah's name has been pronounced at times, slaughtering the animal, while He has explained to you in detail what is forbidden to you, except under compulsion of necessity? And surely many do lead mankind astray by their own desires through lack of knowledge. Certainly your Lord knows best the transgressors.
Allah's name effect on animals, submission to man.
And He also created lambs and goats as a blessing for humans, for the purpose of food and clothing. The scriptures also preaches about a humane treatment of animals. And as a humans, we only have the right to slaughter them in God's name, to be mentioned before slaughter. God's name can be mentioned in different languages and it will have the same effect. You can say God's name in English, Arabic, Hebrew, French, Chinese. As long as the slaughterer have a strong faith in the word itself and of the Creator and mention it, it will have the same effect and the same submission effect of the animals. It's an amazing word and it will have the same effect in different languages. These animals are bilingual and they all know God's name when it's mentioned, no matter what language. And they always feel the heart of the slaughterer if he believes in that word or he doesn't. Once the belief is there, the faith is there, and the word is mentioned, it's guaranteed effect and a guaranteed submission. La ilaha illallah. Allahu Akbar. Let's go. We're going to take these animals, run them inside as a group. We're not going to separate an animal from each other. Every animal, every creation would like to have a partner, except the Almighty Lord. So to really maintain these animals to be calm, you always have to make them travel with a group. You don't separate anyone from the other. Definitely not one by himself. That would really make him very tense. It has to be 2 or more, minimum. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the mamas, we're gonna bring him over here, and we're gonna make him submit on the ground over here.
بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم. بسم الله الله أكبر. بسم الله الله أكبر. بسم الله الله أكبر. There you go, baby.
This is total submission. Total submission. This guy is ready for anything to be done to him, and he's not nervous, he's not resisting. He's in total relaxation. No panic hormones whatsoever. See, I let him go, he gets up. Some, Abdulwahid, you want to do him?
No, you need to show to a skeptical person.
Bismillah. Allah. It's okay, baby. It's okay. I'm not doing anything good. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. It's okay, baby. Same reaction. They all react the same. The power of the word. They're more religious than most humans. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah, الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم. بسم الله الله أكبر. 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 Total submission. These guys had a little they come from a bigger ranchers, so they're a little bit wild. They're not used to be touched and handled by humans. And for them to turn around and just lay down like really in total peace. Answering the calling. Definitely. The power of the word gets clearer and clearer after you see more and more submit. Probably some of you are wondering by now about the Arabic words that I use that makes the animals submit the way they did. The first term we use, and this is really the authentic procedure, one of the terms of authentic procedure that is being mentioned in the scripture, is in the name of God the greatest, which is Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. There's another prayer that I usually use, and it's my favorite prayer and my animal's favorite prayer. It says, Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma'a ismihi shay'un fil ardi wala fis sama'i wa huwa as-sami'ul 'alim. The beauty of this prayer really shows some of the power of the word itself. It says, in the name of God, who is with his name, no harm will come, neither in this earth nor in the skies. And he's the one that hears and listens, and he's the most knowledgeable. This is really a wonderful prayer. It really is very effective, and I would illustrate the power of it as we go on part 2 also. I would like to clear some of the skeptics and the doubts that was raised that the reason of the submission of the animal was closing of the eyes, not the power of the word God. We're going to illustrate these examples through me, through Abdul Wahid, and through the director himself, Chris, that never had any experience whatsoever in that field. Once again, thank you very much and God bless you. Shall we proceed? Bismillah.
أكبر بسم الله الذي لا يضر شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم بسم الله الله أكبر بسم الله الله أكبر بسم الله الله أكبر بسم الله الله أكبر بسم الله الله أكبر. As you notice, some of them, they be a little resistant to submit than the other, and it depends on a lot of factors. How wild he is, how much human contact that he had. But eventually, if you're sincere with the prayer and you're not distracted by anything except glorifying God, the animal will respond by submission. As you notice, he can see you. You can see his eyes from the camera also, and you can see the other side. Closing the eye does not have anything to do with the submission. Only birds, goats and lambs, totally different species. The only thing that is make him submit is the name of Allah, the name of God. And he is really enjoying it. If you notice, he was nervous a minute ago. Now he's in total relaxation. One finger. He can easily get up if he wants to. But he's answering the call and he's happy with it. La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar. I'll let him go, lift my finger, and he doesn't even want to move. Total relaxation. Total submission. They thrive to answer that call. That's the power of the word. You just want to maybe spend the night over here. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. No animal will react like this except if he's really, really, really happy by answering the call. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Get up, baby. Pious animals. Allah. Peaceful animals. Beautiful creations for Allah. It pleases the heart that they would sacrifice themselves for us. Makes the meat, when we eat it, has a pray over it before we eat it. The best is halal. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah. All praise is due to the Almighty Lord. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Okay. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Search his name. Back on him. Yeah, there you go. Push it a little further. All the way that chin. All the way. Allahu Akbar. The prayer in English. No harm will come to you. In the name of Allah, no harm will come to you. Heard? See how he reacted? They love it. In the name of Allah.
Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa Muhammadur Rasulullah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allahu Akbar. One finger.
Both eyes open.
Both eyes open. This is the second time that I've done this. No training. Just believe in Allah and believe in the power of the word. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, and the importance of those words at the time of the slaughter of the animal. Bismillah. It's okay.
No harm will come to you.
No harm will come to you. This earth nor in the heavens. For He is Allah, the Lord of the world. We all hear it, we all know it, we all wise.
Very effective prayer.
SubhanAllah, very calm, look.
Yes.
The animal is totally subdued, ready for submission. SubhanAllah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
You gotta love him, don't you?
Allahu Akbar. It's okay. Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. La ilaha illallah.
I think if you lift your fingers that
La
way.
ilaha illallah. Allah. He is Allah, the all-knowing, the all-wise, the Lord of the world, the creator, the universe, the sustainer, the nourisher, the provider, the one who gave us this animal, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allahu Akbar. The animal's ready. And he's happy. And he's happy to go. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be ready. He would have already put up a fight.
Not even a finger.
Allahu Akbar. The power of the Creator to submit this animal is not even me. It's just the faith and the belief. To know that this is the proper way when preparing the animal for slaughter. You have to have faith and you have to use the words. And you have to rely and know that the Creator is going to subdue this animal at this time. It's not even me. It's not even him.
It's him.
It's not even the animal. It's the only one. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allahu Akbar. And it's just doing this here just increases my iman.
That's right.
Just strengthens my iman even more and reaffirms my faith as a Muslim. Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar. So
He doesn't want to get up either.
Allahu Akbar. If you want to go, you can go.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Observe ye not that Allah hath subjected for you whatsoever is in the heavens and whatsoever is in the earth, and hath completed his favors on you outwardly and inwardly? And yet of mankind is one who disputeth concerning Allah without knowledge and with neither guidance nor a book luminous.
Shamkarayan, Azerbaijan, March 2010, God's sign number 8 of 22.
The belief is a blossom named after the Muslim call for prayer represents a spiritual connection between people and God. Leader TV explains.
Azan is the Muslim call for prayer. Throughout the Muslim world, muezzins, the conveners, call the believers to pray 5 times a day. The sound of Azan is believed to have benefits for the human nerves, but people in the Shakir region of Azerbaijan say the Azan is appealing not only to humans, but also to nature. Shakir resident Mehmed Rahim Eldarov collected different types of flowers for 15 years. Although some of them look alike, they have different blossoming time, and the petals differ in shape and color. He says each of them is special for him. I make no distinction between them, otherwise I'll not be able to look after all of them. Even I'll not be able to collect them. But he says he has something interesting among his collection. This is azan flower. The flower beloved among the locals blossoms under the voice calling for prayer. Yes, we are astonished by the extraordinary natural phenomenon, but there are mysterious examples of science and religion converging, and we find ourselves much associated with nature, and this example is only one of them. This report is prepared by Fuat Tagizadeh, Leader TV Azerbaijan, especially for CNN World Report.
I don't believe what I just saw. Wasn't that absolutely amazing? Oh my goodness, I've never seen anything quite like it. Meanwhile, coming up.
At the Maghrib prayer call.
Hurry to success, rise up for salvation. Hurry to success, rise up for salvation. Allah is great. Allah is great. There is no God except Allah.
At the Isha prayer call.
Hurry to the prayer, rise up for prayer. Hurry to success, rise up for salvation. Hurry to success, rise up for salvation. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Are they, then, seeking a religion other than that of Allah? While to him alone submit all those in the heavens and the earth, willingly or unwilling. And to him they shall be returned. California, USA, 2009, Allah's sign number 9 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Will they not then ponder on the Quran? If it had been from other than Allah, they would have found therein much incongruity.
Small talk, very small talk. Scientists have long studied how various creatures communicate. Dolphins in the water, chimpanzees on land, birds in flight. But insects, could they possibly have anything to say? Well, when it comes to the tiny ant, it turns out the answer may be yes. Here's Nick Watt.
Ants live in highly structured societies. They are masters of architecture and even agriculture. And now, scientists tell us, ants actually talk to each other.
Were you surprised by what you found?
We were. Yes, we were surprised.
Look at the back end of the ant. That's the abdomen moving up and down, vibrating. That's how ants make noise. That's how they, I suppose, talk to each other.
Scientists made these startling discoveries by accident while studying the large blue butterfly. They watched butterfly pupae trick ants into taking them to ant nests and nurturing them until they hatched. Why? Well, amazingly, the butterfly pupae imitate the ant queen's distinctive voice. Butterflies have learned to speak this mysterious ant language, a language humans have only just discovered.
Allah and his Quran chose ants from among all insects to inform that they talk to each others. After 1,400 years, scientists have the ability to know that scientific reality by the means of the advanced modern technology. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Till, when they came to the valley of the ants, one of the ants, female, said, "O ants, enter your dwellings, lest Suleiman and his hosts should crush you, while they perceive not."
Five scientific discoveries realized by the means of advanced technologies are revealed in this verse more than 1,400 years ago. Firstly, Allah described ants' subterranean structures recently discovered, as a valley of the ants with many dwellings. Secondly, crashu is one of the translations of the Arabic word yamanikum, which means immediate reduction of an object. Such characteristic is for hard objects that react similarly like glass when it is broken, as they lack flexibility. The use of this Arabic word in this verse is in total conformity with Dissection's recent studies results showing that the external armor, called exoskeleton, covering the fragile ant's body is breakable exactly in glass's manner. Thirdly, Allah reveals the existence of a traffic organizer, organizing ants' traffic and giving warning for any danger that might come near, as it proved in recent studies of the researcher Graham Curry. Fourthly, Allah informed that the ant responsible for warning other ants and traffic organization is a female one, as what scientists confirm in recent studies. Finally, this verse reveals also that ants talk to each others, which is a scientifically proven new discovery.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. We cite these examples for people, but no one understands them except the knowledgeable ones. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Verily we have brought them a scripture which we expounded with knowledge, a guidance and a mercy for a people who believe.
Ala Guadalupe, Mexico, September 2009, Mexican hogfish, adult male, God sign number 10 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Thy Lord createth what he willeth, and chooseth. They have never any choice. Glorified be Allah, and exalted above all that they associate with him.
Allah.
The Creator has made an extra skin inside the mouth of this fish, in the form of a human tongue. Without a voice, the fish mouth imitates the exact motion of a human mouth and tongue, glorifying Allah.
Allah, 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 Allah. Allah. Allah, 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 Allah. Allah, 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 Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. All that is in the heavens, and all that is in the earth glorifieth Allah. Unto him belongeth sovereignty, and unto him belongeth praise. and he is able to do all things.
Allah, 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 Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. The seven heavens and the earth, and all that is therein praise him. And there is not a thing but him with his praise. But ye understand not their praise. Lo, he is ever clement, forgiving.
Allah, 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 Allah.
North Nora, Australia, May 2008. Allah's sign number 11 of 22. The ruku position in the prayer.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
As the sound of the adhan is heard throughout the world, Muslims stop and turn to their Lord, thanking Him, remembering Him, and bowing down to Him in prayer. Whether you are waking up to hear the call of Fajr prayer in London, or stepping out for Dhuhr prayer in Malaysia, praying Asr here in Turkey, observing sunset as Maghrib approaches in Paris, or even praying Isha Harbourside in Sydney, Muslims from all over the globe come together in unison, turning towards the most holiest city on earth, Mecca, and answer the call to prayer 5 times per day.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. O ye who believe, bow down, and prostrate yourselves, and worship your Lord, and do good, that haply ye may prosper.
To the next position, where you'll have your hands on your knees, and you want to make sure, as you see the line, that your back is straight. Here, I'm bent over too much, so you want to make sure that your back and head is lined up straight. From this position, you're going to come back up. Then you will go ahead and prepare to prostrate.
This tree is doing the ruku position in the Islamic prayer, with every exact detail, as it is recommended by Allah, hands on the knees, head, shoulder and back in correct position, and it is also facing the direction of the Kaaba in Mecca. It was found in Australia, 200 kilometers from Sydney, on the Pacific Highway, to North Nora. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And the vine, and the tree, both prostrate, to Allah. Faisalabad, Pakistan, 2011, Allah's sign number 12 of 22.
Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. This is the creation of Allah, now show me that which those ye worship, beside him have created, nay, but the wrongdoers are in error manifest.
Imran's Valley, Pakistan, 2010, Allah's sign number 13 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. O you mountains, glorify Allah with him.
Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. See you not that whoever is in the heavens and whoever is on the earth, and the sun, and the moon, and the stars, and the mountains, and the trees, and living creatures, and many of mankind, prostrate themselves to Allah. But there are many men on whom the punishment is justified.
A very important feature of mountains is indicated in a Quranic verse: the function of preventing shocks in the earth. We placed firmly embedded mountains on the earth, so it would not move under them. And geology today confirms this characteristic of mountains. Formerly, it was thought that mountains were merely protrusions rising above the surface of the earth. However, In the 20th century, scientists realized that this was not actually the case. Those parts known as mountain root extended down as far as 10 to 15 times their own height. For example, Mount Everest, the summit of which stands approximately 9 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, has a root deeper than 125 kilometers. Mountains emerge as a result of the movements and collisions of massive plates forming the Earth's crust. When two plates collide, the stronger one slides under the other. The one on the top bends and forms heights and mountains. The layer beneath proceeds under the ground and makes a deep extension downwards. These extensions are the mountain roots. Thanks to their roots, mountains fix the Earth's crust. Therefore, they prevent any sliding over the magma layer or amongst the layers themselves, and also prevent major earth tremors. With these features, mountains can be compared to nails holding strips of wood together. God tells us in the Quran, "Haven't we made the earth as a bed, and the mountains its pegs?" The fact that this function was revealed in the Quran at a time when it was unknown to anyone is another of this divine book's great miracles. Were it not for the fixing effect of the mountains, soil would not collect on the earth's surface, water would not accumulate in the soil, no plants could grow. In short, life on earth would be impossible. Through the mercy of God, however, the earth is capable of sustaining life.
From USA, Dr. Allison Pete Palmer, New York University geology professor, says,
Surah 79, Ayah 32 states, also in the context of creation, "And the mountains hath he firmly fixed." Similar mention of mountains is found in several other surahs. It is permissible to interpret this to imply that mountains are rooted and that modern geophysics has established deep crustal roots for the axial parts of mountain systems at converging plate boundaries.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, and the mountains he has fixed firmly. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, and he has affixed into the earth mountains standing firm, lest it should shake with you, and rivers and roads, that you may guide yourselves.
Human body, Allah's signs number 14-15 of 22.
He creates you stage by stage in your mother's wombs in threefold darkness. That is God, your Lord. Sovereignty is His. There is no deity but Him. So what has made you deviate? Modern biology has revealed that the embryological development of the baby takes place in the manner revealed in the verse. The expression, "a threefold darkness," indicates three distinct stages. In basic human embryology, a fundamental reference text in embryology, this fact is stated as follows. The life in the uterus has three stages: pre-embryonic, first 2.5 weeks, embryonic, until the end of the 8th week, and fetal, from the 8th week to labor. Information on the development in the mother's womb became available only after observations with modern devices. Yet, just like many other scientific facts, in a miraculous way, God draws our attention to these items of information in the verses of the Quran. The fact that such detailed and accurate information was given in the Quran at a time when people had scarce information on medical matters is clear evidence that it is the Word of God.
From Canada, Dr. Emeritus Keith Moore, Professor of Anatomy and Cell Biology, says,
Muhammad could not have known these facts about human development in the 7th century because most of them were not discovered until the 20th century. This is a leech, and this is the human embryo, about 23 days. I think you have to agree that the similarity between these structures is amazing.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Then we made the sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Leech-like structure.
From USA, Dr. Marshall Johnson, Professor of Development of Biology, says,
The key word in both is al-Ghaib. At this stage is known to no one except Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Allah knows what every female bears, and by how much the wombs fall short of their time or number, or exceed. Everything with him is in due proportion.
From Canada, Dr. Praswad, Professor of Pediatrics, says,
The rapid growth and dramatic changes which occur after the bones have been clothed by muscles have been mentioned in the Holy Quran 1400 years ago.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Then we made out of that little lump of flesh bones. Then we clothed the bones with flesh. And then we brought it forth as another creation. So blessed is Allah, the best of creators.
The development of a human being in its mother's womb is full of miracles. The fetus's ears began to develop as early as the 22nd day of pregnancy and become fully functional in the 4th month. After that, the fetus can hear sounds in the mother's womb. For that reason, the sense of hearing forms before the other vital functions for a newborn baby. The order set out in the Quran is striking from that point of view. It is He who has created hearing, sight, and minds for you. What little thanks you show! God brought you out of your mother's wombs, knowing nothing at all, and gave you hearing, sight, and minds so that perhaps you would show thanks. Close examination shows that the senses God refers to in the Quran are always mentioned in a particular order. Hearing, sight, and understanding. That is exactly the same order in which a baby's senses develop. In short, one of the discoveries of modern science, the order of development of human organs, is clearly stated in the Quran.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Their ears and their eyes and their skins testify against them as to what they used to do.
Little girl left ears.
Allah.
Little boy left ears.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, and make mention of the day when the enemies of Allah are gathered unto the fire, they are driven on, till, when they reach it, their ears and their eyes and their skins testify against them as to what they used to do, and they say unto their skins, Why testify ye against us? They say, Allah hath given us speech, who giveth speech to all things, and who created you at the first, and unto whom ye are returned.
Main lines on right index finger's skin. In this position, the right index finger is used during prayer to witness that Allah is the one and only God. Also here Allah's name is seen in Arabic.
Allah. Allah. Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. In the earth, there are signs for those who seek truth to believe, and in your own selves. So, do you not perceive?
NASA, USA, Allah's sign number 16 of 22.
A few years ago, I was at a conference and taking questions at the end, and I don't usually get hostile questions except from religious people, and they're extremely easy to handle. But then I got a hostile question which was not so easy to handle. It was a very tricky and a difficult question, and I thought, who is this? It turned out to be one of those I'm an atheist but questions, which are always the most difficult to deal with. It was, of course, Lawrence Krauss. I'm delighted that Lawrence is talking to us today. Please welcome.
I'm going to talk about our modern picture of cosmology and how it's changed our view of the universe, the past and the future. And the observation was that the universe was static and eternal. That was the conventional wisdom in science at the time, that the universe had been around forever and would be around forever. And that's the reason why I, as a particle physicist, got involved in cosmology, because I wanted to be the first person to know how the universe would end. It seemed like a good idea. The universe must be flat.
NASA confirms also that the universe is flat, like a sheet of paper.
In fact, it's right now we know to an accuracy of better than 1%. The universe is flat. It has zero total energy, and it could have begun from nothing. You don't need a deity. And in some sense, how that picture is clearly remarkable, and far more remarkable than the fairy tales that are made up in most religious situations.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, the day when we shall roll up the heavens, as a recorder rolleth up a written scroll. As we began the first creation, we shall repeat it. It is a promise binding upon us. Lo, we are to perform it.
How does the universe curve? According to Einstein, the universe is a space-time continuum that can take one of three forms: positive curvature, negative curvature, and flat. According to this verse 104 from chapter 21 of the Holy Quran, the universe will end, and another universe will be created in the same creation way. But for 1,400 years, Allah told us in His Quran the exact details explaining the universe end.
When we look at other galaxies, we'll see them coming in toward us on a collision course.
All of a sudden we see stars coming at us from all directions.
All the galaxies will start colliding and the stars within them will get crunched together.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, when the heaven is cleft asunder,
the stars will collide, the planets will collide, planets will get swallowed by stars.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, when the planets are dispersed,
all of a sudden temperatures begin to rise. All of a sudden the oceans boil.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, and when the seas will be burst forth,
all of a sudden the mountains will melt.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, they ask you about the mountains. So, say to them, my Lord will crush them into dust thoroughly, then will turn them into a leveled plain.
All things must pass.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, lo, the hour is surely coming. There is no doubt thereof, yet most of mankind believe not. And your Lord hath said, pray unto me and I will hear your prayer. Lo, those who scorn my service, they will enter hell, disgraced.
If the universe collapses, what might subsequently follow is another Big Bang, another expansion event.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, as we began the first creation, we shall repeat it. It is a promise binding upon us. Lo, we are to perform it.
Clocks run at different rates in different gravitational fields. The stronger the gravitational field, the more slowly time passes relative to someone out in space where there's no gravitational field.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, verily, they see it that torment afar off, but we see it quite near. But lo, a day with Allah is as 1,000 years of what ye reckon. And on the day when the hour riseth, the guilty will vow that they did tarry but an hour, thus were they ever deceived. But those to whom knowledge and faith are given will say, the truth is, ye have tarried, by Allah's decree, until the day of resurrection. This is the day of resurrection, but ye used not to know.
This tells us that we are more insignificant than we ever imagined.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, assuredly the creation of the heavens and the earth is greater than the creation of mankind, but most of mankind know not.
The largest energy in the universe, 70% of the energy in the universe, resides in empty space. And we don't have the slightest idea why it's there. We should realize that where there's more we don't understand about the universe than we do.
And of knowledge, ye have been vouchsafed but little.
And far more remarkable than the fairy tales. And far more remarkable than the fairy tales.
Who, when our revelations are recited unto him, saith, mere fables of the men of old.
I don't usually get hostile questions except from religious people, and they're extremely easy to handle.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, say, I am only a mortal like you, my Lord inspireth in me that your God is only one God. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, but oh, if thou couldst see, when the wrongdoers are brought up before their Lord, how they cast the blame one to another, how those who were despised in the earth say unto those who were proud, but for you, we should have been believers. Lo, Allah's promise is the very truth. Let not the life of the world beguile you, nor let the deceiver beguile you, in regard to Allah.
Mecca, Saudi, Allah's sign number 17 of 22. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Lo, the first sanctuary appointed for mankind was that at Mecca, a blessed place, a guidance to the peoples.
Mecca has been ordered as Qibla direction, convention place for billions of Muslims, and as the holy center of Islam. Soon, you will witness the scientific proof of unbelievable mysteries that have remained hidden in the holy city, Mecca, for thousands of years. The constant, superior design number of mathematics, 1.618. So, where is the golden mean point of the Earth? The proportion of distance between Mecca and the North Pole to the distance between Mecca and the South Pole is exactly 1.618, the golden mean. Moreover, the proportion of the distance between the South Pole and the city of Mecca to the distance between both poles is again 1.618. The miracle is not over yet. The golden mean point of the Earth, according to common location language of mankind, graticule map, is in the city of Mecca. The proportion of eastern elongation to the western elongation, which are determined as solstice line from Mecca, is again 1.618. Moreover, as shown in the figure, the proportion of western elongation of Mecca to the solstice line to the perimeter of the Earth on this very latitude is surprisingly the golden mean, 1.618. The golden mean point of the Earth For all mapping systems, even though they vary by a few kilometers, is always within the city borders of Mecca, within the holy region that includes Kaaba. You can measure very sensitively the distance between any 2 points with the help of Google Earth's ruler feature. If you wish, you can verify the correctness of the given ratios by calculating latitude and longitude with a simple calculator. The Phematrix program is an American program that is used to show golden mean of pictures and paintings. If we accept the graticule map of the Earth as an alive painting whose depth never ends and open it in this program, we will find out that the golden mean point of the Earth is the city of Mecca. With respect to positive longitude and latitude values and being on the lands, not the sea, the only golden mean point of the Earth is Mecca. Miracles continue. The golden mean miracle in the Mecca verse of the Quran. There is one unique verse in the Quran that includes Mecca word and an expression that tells there are clear evidences within the city which will give belief to humanity. The relation between the city of Mecca and the golden mean is clearly engraved in the Ali Imran Surah, 96th verse. The total number of all letters of this verse is 47. Calculating the golden mean of letter total, we find out that the word of Mecca is expressed by 47 divided by 1.618 equals 29. There are 29 letters from the beginning of the verse till the word Mecca, just like it is in the world map. If only one single word or letter was missing, this ratio could never be constituted. Without any impairment, we have conducted the very same process that we conducted on the Earth map and witnessed the glorious coherence of letter numbers that reveals the relation of Mecca and the golden mean. All this shows that the creator of the earth and mathematics is the same one God. Beggar description that created Kaaba, holy region, and the Quran. He reminds whole humanity that knowing the future and common languages of humanity, he gave clues for them. A newer invention on the relation between the golden mean, Mecca, Kaaba, and the Quran becomes revealed in each single day. In the figure, it is shown that the measurements with golden mean compass, also known as Leonardo compass, indicate that the city of Mecca is located on the golden mean of Arabia, while Kaaba is located on the golden mean of the city. The probability calculations indicate that all these facts cannot be a mere coincidence.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Lo, we have created everything by measure. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Deemed ye then that we had created you for naught, and that ye would not be returned unto us? Allah's sign number 18 of 22. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. That one is the all-knower of the unseen and the seen, the Almighty, the very merciful, who made well whatever he created.
The constant, superior design number of mathematics, 1.618. The Creator has always used the very same number in numerous events in the universe. In our heart pulses, the aspect ratio of DNA spiral, and the special design of the universe, which is named as dodecahedron, in the leaf array rules of plants, which is named as phyllotaxy, in the snowflakes crystals, in the spiral structure of numerous galaxies. The creator has used the same number, the number of golden mean, 1.618. It is observed that this ratio is applied to the pyramids of Egypt, like it was applied to various famous architectural works. Famous astronomer Kepler defines this number as a precious treasury. As the vision expert Dr. Stephen Markout was proved as a result of his 25-year-long study that human faces and bodies designed pursuant to this ratio are accepted as beautiful by every single person in the world. If the aspect ratio of any form is 1.618, then this form is convenient to golden mean. Perfect design.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Verily, we created man in the best stature. Allah's sign number 19 of 22.
Allah religion in her eyes.
British judge specialized in violence and crimes against women converts to Islam.
So we're here in London with Judge Marilyn Mornington. You've had a very active career. In fact, you're actually a district judge in the United Kingdom, and which is quite a significant position, legal position, because you have a lot of judges under you. But before we just get into a conversation, I'd appreciate it. One, you've only recently converted to Islam, so maybe you could just tell us a little bit about that.
I've been specializing in crime against women, violence against women and child abuse now for some 10 to 12 years on a policy level for the United Kingdom. And I became, by no choice of my own, because of the work I was doing, closely involved with violence against women in the Muslim communities in this country. And in order to understand better where they were coming from, began to read about Islam, began to read the Quran, and to mix with Muslims. I would have to say I don't think I really ever had any choice in the matter, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had his eyes on me, and that was it. From that moment on, without any choice of mine, I kept on meeting one person after the other who led me down a path where there really was no turning back from, because the more I got to know about Islam and about the Prophet, peace be upon him, it became obvious to me that this is what I want, where I wanted to belong, and it was what I wanted to believe. And I always felt very comfortable with the family life and the stories of the wives of the Prophet and the companions, and it was just somewhere that over a period of time, and I would have to say, Sheikh Hamza, from your own writings and your tapes that I was listening to, I realized this was obviously the life.
So in terms of, I mean, obviously you've dealt a lot with the Muslim issues, and I think we're all curious, you know, how bad is the situation, given that you've been involved in Muslim women's issues in particular. But what type of things have you come across just in your legal practice?
What we are seeing every day, both in my day-to-day practice and also on the committees that I'm having to deal with things, are issues of forced marriage, where people just do not understand the difference between their cultural practices, particularly those of which we have almost 2 million in this country from the South Asian continent, that these practices are not Islamic, they are cultural. And part of my work is to point that out.
I was interested to ask, I mean, you were talking about how you gradually started to learn about Islamic law and Islamic Sharia. I'm just wondering, how does that fit with your work? Because does that create some sort of conflict? Or?
The Sharia judge asked me this question.
Oh, really? Okay.
Very interesting. We had a delegation of our most senior judges out to Pakistan recently, because we've signed bilateral agreements with them about returning children and matters of this sort. And before they arrived, the Sharia judges in Pakistan read our Children's Act. And when they arrived, they said there is nothing in your law that contradicts anything in the Sharia law.
Yeah.
There is no difficulties about that.
It's one of the things I think a lot of people don't realize. You know, people that have studied Western law and Islamic law, just so much of law is rooted in common sense. It's rooted in very rational principles. I mean, the majority of Islamic law. In fact, I think a lot of Western people, when they study Islamic marital laws, are actually shocked at how progressive a lot of the laws are. I mean, that's more...
You're smiling. That means you've studied it?
I have been studying it.
Yeah, I see the smile.
I've recently spoken to a female professor of Sharia law at Lahore University and a female professor of law, Professor Ali, at Warwick University here, who was Minister for Women's Development in Pakistan, but she's an English professor of law. They both told me within 3 weeks the same story, that when they lecture on Sharia family law, particularly the rights that women have, the demands they can make for their nikah contract, the male students all say, you're making this up.
No, they don't believe it.
This is the male Muslim students.
Yeah.
You're making this up. You're only saying this to please the girls.
Yeah.
Spanish women converted to Islam.
Proud and happy to be a Muslim, women, unlike media's propaganda.
Women are not denigrated at all in Islam. It's just the opposite. And again, it is the media which gives this bad image about it. In Islam, the woman has a very high rank, and you cannot find anything written in our holy book, in the Quran, that is denigrating the woman. It's just the opposite. We have a very high rank among the family, among society. We have to be heard, we have to be respected, and we have all the freedom maybe that other religions don't give to women. For instance, we can inherit, we can own our own property, and no one can touch that property apart from us. No husband, no father, no brother, no one. We can ask for a divorce as well. We can choose to be married or not to be married. We can choose if we want to have children or not children, big families, small families. It is our own choice, not like in other religions. So no, it's just the opposite. So we have all the freedom that other religions didn't give to women throughout history. As a new Muslim from Spain, I think that the scarf is something that protects women against men looking at you in a weird way. I feel very protected nowadays when I wear it in the street, because men don't look at you the same way. They know there is like a barrier that you have imposed on them, and it is your own choice. I know that in the TV or in the newspapers you read many articles about women that have been forced to do things that were against their will, but from my own experience, most of the friends I have, they have chosen to wear the scarf, to wear hijab, to be covered properly, but it has been a personal choice. For example, my husband has never forced me to do it. It was my choice from the beginning, before I got married to him and afterwards. And it was my own choice, so I'm very happy. I did it at last, and I feel good about it. I remember many years ago when I talked to a friend of mine, a French girl, she said to me, yeah, but when you cover your body this way, when you wear the scarf, you are giving men whatever they want you to do. They are imposing something on you. And I said, no, don't you think that wearing a miniskirt is giving them whatever they want from you? Not covering yourself, because they don't expect a woman to cover herself. But if you wear a miniskirt and sexy clothes, then you are doing whatever they want you to do, just to please them, either at work or to have a better job or So you are doing whatever they want, not what...
Allah's sign number 20 of 22. The name Muhammad in Arabic means, the praised one.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And when Jesus son of Mary said, O children of Israel, lo, I am the messenger of Allah unto you, confirming that which was revealed before me in the Torah, and bringing good tidings of a messenger who cometh after me, whose name is the praised one. Yet when he hath come unto them with clear proofs, they say, This is mere magic, and who doeth greater wrong than he who inventeth a lie against Allah, when he is summoned unto Al-Islam, and Allah guideth not wrong-doing folk.
Witnesses of great universal thinkers, about the Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him.
Throughout history, many non-Muslim great thinkers and intellectuals stood fascinated by the personality of Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him and his biography. They highly lauded his stances and principles. The famous English playwright, George Bernard Shaw, said, "The world much needs a man with Muhammad's bright thinking. I believe that if a man like him were to assume the dictatorship of the modern world, he would succeed in solving its problems, in a way that bring it the much-needed peace and happiness. I have prophesied about the faith of Muhammad that it would be acceptable to the Europe of tomorrow, as it is beginning to be acceptable to the Europe of today."
From George Bernard Shaw's book, Genuine Islam.
Michael Hart, the American author of the wide-selling book, The 100, a ranking of the most influential persons in history, chose Prophet Muhammad to be at the top of the list. He said,
"My choice of Muhammad to lead the list of the world's most influential persons may surprise some readers and may be questioned by others. But he was the only man in history who was supremely successful on both the religious and secular levels. It is this unparalleled combination of secular and religious influence which I feel entitles Muhammad to be considered the most influential single figure in human history."
Many international intellectuals were impressed with Prophet Muhammad's personal qualities and expressed it in their writings. Lamartine, the famous French historian, in his book The History of the Turks, said about Prophet Muhammad,
"If greatness of purpose, smallness of means, and outstanding results are the three criteria of human genius, who could dare to compare any great man in modern history with Muhammad?"
Mahatma Gandhi, the spiritual leader of the Indian independence movement and the pioneer of resistance through mass civil disobedience, said about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him,
"I became more than convinced that it was not the sword that won a place for Islam in those days in the scheme of life. It was the rigid simplicity, the utter self-effacement of the Prophet, the scrupulous regard for pledges, his intense devotion to his friends and followers, his intrepidity, his fearlessness, his absolute trust in God and in his own mission."
Thomas Carlyle, the English writer, said, "I like Muhammad for his hypocrisy-free nature. With clear words he addresses the Roman Caesars and the king of Persia. He guides them to what he loves for them in this life and in the eternal life." George Wells, the English author, regards Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him as the greatest personality who established a state of justice and tolerance. Ligner said, "I declare my hope to see a day coming in which the Christians will highly respect Jesus, through the respect of Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him. Truly the Christian who recognizes the religion and right path brought by Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him, is clearly the true Christian." The famous Russian writer Leo Tolstoy believes that Muhammad's religion will prevail over the whole world, as it is in total conformity with mind and wisdom. Jean-Louis Michin, the French Orientalist, said, Islam, which ordered the Holy War, had much tolerance with followers of other religions. Omar bin Khattab did not make any harm to Christians when he conquered Jerusalem.
Wolfgang Goethe, one of the key figures of German literature and one of the most famous European poets, who was also a painter, humanist, scientist, and philosopher, said about Prophet Muhammad,
"He is a prophet and not a poet, and therefore his Quran is to be seen as a divine law and not as a book of a human being, made for education or entertainment."
Thomas Carlyle, in his book, On Hero and Hero Worship and the Heroic in History, said, "The lies, Western slander which, well-meanings ill has heaped round this man, Muhammad, are disgraceful to ourselves only." The well-known French historian Gustave Le Bon said, in his book The Civilization of Islam and the Arabs, undoubtedly, he was possessing the highest degree of intellect, wisdom and awareness. Muhammad is the greatest man that history ever knew. Will Durant, author of The Story of Civilization, said, "If we rated greatness by the influence of the great on people, we will say, Muhammad is the greatest of the great in history." And, God said in the Holy Quran, chapter 68, verse 4, "And surely, you are on the highest noble character. And we have not you, O Muhammad, except as a mercy to the worlds." Holy Quran, chapter 21, verse 107.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, your fellow the Holy Prophet has neither missed the way, nor did he deviate. He does not speak out of his own desire, it is but revelation revealed to him.
Sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
The best word is Allah's book, the best path is Muhammad's path. The most dutiful amongst you is the one who learns and teaches the Quran. Every human being is born as a Muslim. Those that have a sparkle of arrogance will never enter paradise. Those servers whose feet got dusty on Allah's path won't touch hellfire. Nothing more than the believer's good manner will weigh on the scale on Judgment Day. Allah loves the small deeds that are done constantly. The initiator of a good deed will get the same reward as the one who adapts this deed. Those that believe in Allah and in Judgment Day shall either talk good things or remain silent. The best of you is the one with best character. A believer won't redo the same mistake. The best among you is the one who's useful for his family. The food you eat, for which you have worked hard for, is the best food. Purity comes from faith. Allah won't appreciate your outer appearance and your wealth, but what's in your heart and your deed. Only by narrating everything you hear to others, you'll do many sins. Beware of speculations. Words which are based on speculations are the biggest lies. A Muslim is someone from whose hand and tongue others are safe from. A Muslim won't stop listening to good advices until he's entered paradise. Allah won't be merciful to those who aren't merciful to others. The one who sleeps with a full stomach, knowing that his neighbor is hungry, doesn't believe in me. Those who aren't merciful to the little ones, and don't respect the old ones, aren't from us. The things you don't wish for yourself, don't wish them for others, either. Never underestimate a good deed, even if it's smiling face to a fellow Muslim. Smiling is like giving alms. It is unlawful for Muslim to be disgruntled to a fellow Muslim for more than 3 days. The giving hand is better than the one that takes. A good word is like giving alms. All Muslims are a part of one body. A Muslim is a mirror to a Muslim. What he meant was that we have an obligation to point to fellow Muslim his shortcoming, and to tell the truth about his good aspects. Mankind is like the points of a cone. They're balanced. Spread the Islamic greeting among yourselves. A Muslim is a Muslim fellow. Fasting is a Muslim shield. The ritual prayer is the divine light. Every step you take to perform the ritual prayer is like giving alms for Allah. The best deed for Allah is the ritual prayer which is done on time. The ritual prayer is the Muslim's ascension. Patience and invocation are the best two weapons of Muslim. There's nothing more precious for Allah than invocation.
Allah's sign number 22 of 22.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Say, He is Allah, the One. Allah, the eternally besought of all. He begetteth not nor was begotten. And there is none comparable unto him. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Allah. There is no God save Him, the Alive, the Eternal. Neither slumber nor sleep overtaketh Him. Unto Him belongeth whatsoever is in the heavens and whatsoever is in the earth. Who is He that intercedeth with Him save by His leave? He knoweth that which is in front of them and that which is behind them, while they encompass nothing of His knowledge save what He will. His throne includeth the heavens and the earth, and He is never weary of preserving them. He is the sublime, the tremendous.
Also, we find the Greek philosopher Democritus, who lived from 460 to 361 BC. He advanced the theory that matter was composed of tiny indivisible particles called atoms. And they believed that this was the base upon which all of things were made, and there was nothing smaller than the atom. However, modern science has discovered that atom is in fact divisible, and the atom has been split, and the atom itself is composed of smaller elements. The Quran says 1,400 years ago, in the 34th chapter and the 3rd ayah or the 3rd verse, He is aware of an atom's weight in the heavens and on the earth, and even anything smaller than that. Meaning there is something smaller than an atom. And Allah, God, is aware of it. Every single thing. There's another thing I want to mention. God mentions in the Quran some amazing things about the human beings. And one of the things is about our nerves. Here is a very frightening and terrifying passage of the Quran. It's mentioned in the 75th chapter in ayahs 3 to 4. Does mankind think that we cannot assemble his bones? Nay, we are able to put together in perfect order the very tips of his fingers. God is telling us he can recreate us on this day, this terrifying day, this frightening day, the day of judgment. He is able to recreate you, even if you are dust, even your bones to the very tip of your finger. Why the very tip of your finger? Of course, you've all heard of fingerprinting, haven't you? Every single human being's fingerprint is unique. Why did God mention the fingerprint? Why did God mention the tip of the finger? This is the uniqueness of the human being. God is telling us, look, I can recreate you even to this fingertip. That is the power that I have. Even to your most unique attribute, I can create you to that. Be mindful, be careful. I will create you again on the day of judgment, and I will judge you and ask you about every single thing that you have done. This is not common knowledge. How did anyone 1,400 years ago know about fingerprinting? And Allah warns us in the 4th chapter of the Quran, in the 56th verse, those who reject our signs, we shall soon cast them into the hellfire. And as often as their skins are roasted through, we shall change them for fresh skins, so they may truly taste the penalty. For Allah is exalted in power of the wise. This is a very frightening description of the hellfire. God is going to burn the skin and recreate the skin and burn the skin, so the people in the hellfire will taste the punishment. Why is the Quran saying that? It has only recently been known and discovered that when the skin is burnt, a person does not feel any pain. That's why when a person suffers severe burns, a doctor will prick the skin to see if the person feels pain. If he feels pain, there are still nerve receptors left. If he does not, that means his skin has been so badly burnt, he cannot feel pain. So if God put people in the hellfire, and the hell burnt their skins, after that they will not feel the pain. So Allah is going to recreate the skin again, so they will keep on tasting the punishment. It is a very severe warning from the one who has created you. He knows you better than you know yourself. And He is warning you in His book of His knowledge and His ability, that if you do not believe in Him and follow His guidance, see what is waiting for those people who reject the faith. My dear listeners, we have only one more thing we want to mention. The tree of Zakum, which will be the food of sinners, and it will be like boiling oil that will boil in their bellies, like the boiling of scalding water. Taste this, Allah says in the Quran. Verily you are pretending to be the mighty, the generous. Look at those arrogant people, pretending to be mighty, pretending to be generous, but taste the tree of Zakum that will boil in your belly. And it says they will drink a water that cuts their bowels to pieces. It is very interesting that thermal receptors are not present in the intestines, but it is in the bowels. And the contents and the receptors in the bowels are highly sensitive. It's a very, very sensitive area, and that is where pain is initiated. It's not a common knowledge 1,400 years ago, but it is a fact that is mentioned in the Quran as a stark warning to all those people who reject faith in God. God has combined the scientific facts with the severe warnings of those who disbelieve in Him. Our invitation is to invite you to His mercy, to His guidance and His forgiveness by accepting these truths, the proof that Islam is the truth.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, announce, O Muhammad, unto my slaves that verily I am the forgiving, the merciful, and that my doom is the dolorous doom. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, does man presume that he will be left unchecked, Was he not an ejaculated drop of semen? Then he became a clot of blood. Then he created him and made him perfect, and made from him two kinds, male and female. Has he no power to give life to the dead? In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, not equal are the owners of the fire and the owners of the garden. The owners of the garden, they are the victorious.
Paradise and hellfire, God rewards. Dear viewer, peace and God's mercy and blessings upon you, as Allah says, in the verse 256.
Verily, the right path has become distinct from the wrong path.
And in another verse, God says,
And certainly we have revealed to you clear signs, and no one denies them except the sinful.
This video is dedicated especially to you, in order that you can witness some of Allah's signs, and recognize your Creator, as it revealed in the Holy Quran.
Save the Lord of the worlds, who created me, and he doth guide me, and who feedeth me and watereth me, and when I sicken, then he healeth me, and who causeth me to die, then giveth me life, again, and who, I ardently hope, will forgive me my sin on the day of judgment. My Lord, vouchsafe me wisdom and unite me to the righteous.
God offers His guidance and His salvation for you and for your beloved ones by sending those clear signs as a reminder. Allah Almighty said,
And we did not create the heavens and the earth and what is between them just as players. We did not create them but with true purpose, but most of them do not know. The day of decision is the appointed time for all of them. The day when no close relation will be of any use to any close relation, nor will they be helped, except the one on whom Allah has mercy. Of course, He is the Almighty, the very merciful.
Almighty Allah says in another verse,
And the book of deeds will be placed before them. Then you will see the guilty people scared of its contents and saying, Woe to us, what a book is this? It has missed nothing, minor or major, but has taken it into account. Thus they will find whatever they did present before them, and your Lord will not wrong anyone.
And He explains in another Quranic verse,
Nay, but whosoever hath done evil and his sin surroundeth him, such are rightful owners of the fire, they will abide therein, and those who believe and do good works, such are rightful owners of the garden, they will abide therein.
Then, I invite you, dear viewer, to embrace Allah's religion, as God says,
Truly, the recognized religion in the sight of Allah is Islam.
Then in another verse He said,
And whoso seeketh as religion other than the surrender to Allah, it will not be accepted from him, and he will be a loser in the hereafter.
So, I invite you to follow Allah's guidance by choosing His straight path, the unique path for salvation.
Nay, but whosoever surrendereth his purpose to Allah while doing good, his reward is with his Lord, and there shall no fear come upon them, neither shall they grieve.
In the verse 25:70, Allah says,
Save him who repenteth and believeth and doth righteous work, as for such, Allah will change their evil deeds to good deeds. Allah is ever forgiving, merciful.
In another verse, He says,
Allah has promised to the believers, male and female, gardens beneath which rivers flow, where they shall live forever, and good homes in gardens of eternity. and Allah's pleasure is above all. That is the supreme success.
In the verse 25:16, Allah said,
For them there will be whatever they wish, while they will be eternal. This is a promise undertaken by your Lord, the fulfillment of which is worth praying for.
In the verses 43, from 67 to 73, Almighty Allah says,
Friends on that day will be foes one to another, save those who kept their duty to Allah, O my slaves, for you there is no fear this day, nor is it ye who grieve, ye, who believed our revelations and were self-surrendered, enter the garden, ye and your wives, to be made glad. Therein are brought round for them trays of gold and goblets, and therein is all that souls desire and eyes find sweet, and ye are immortal therein. This is the garden which ye are made to inherit because of what ye used to do. Therein for you is fruit in plenty whence to eat.
God adds in the verse 47:15.
A similitude of the garden which those who keep their duty to Allah are promised. Therein are rivers of water unpolluted, and rivers of milk whereof the flavor changeth not, and rivers of wine delicious to the drinkers, and rivers of clear run honey. Therein for them is every kind of fruit, with pardon from their Lord. Are those who enjoy all this like those who are immortal in the fire and are given boiling water to drink so that it teareth their bowels?
Verily, none wants to be among the losers, which God describes in many verses. Almighty Allah says,
Have they not come to know that whoever opposes Allah and His Messenger, definite for him is the fire of Jahannam, hell, wherein he will remain forever. That is the extreme disgrace.
God says in another verse,
This is guidance, and those who reject the verses of their Lord, for them there is a painful punishment of the divine scourge.
And God describes some of the looser torment, when He says,
Lo, the guilty are immortal in hell's torment, it is not relaxed for them, and they despair therein. We wronged them not, but they it was who did the wrong, and they cry, O Master, let thy Lord make an end of us. He saith, Lo, here ye must remain. We verily brought the truth unto you, but ye were, most of you, averse to the truth.
Conclusion. God says in another verse,
And ponder on the creation of the heavens and the earth, and say, Our Lord, you have not created all this in vain. We proclaim your purity. So, save us from the punishment of fire.
Dear viewer, if you choose to be among those who believe and do righteous deeds, those who repent, amend and make manifest the truth, those on whom God have bestowed His grace, not among the looser who have purchased error for guidance, neither among the transgressors who wronged themselves, nor who distort God revelations, nor those who earned Allah anger, nor those who went astray, nor those who knowingly conceal the truth. Without further delay, this is the way to convert to Islam. You have to say, after me, the testimony of faith, which is, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the servant and messenger of Allah. Then, say it after me in Arabic. This testimony is,
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله.
If done, now you find yourself as a new person, with no sins. Congratulations for making your right choice of entrance in Allah's mercy, and welcome to Islam.
The first part of the testimony of faith, called Shahada, is the truth that there is no God, deity, to be worshipped other than Allah. Glory be Him. He is the only true God, who alone deserves to be worshipped, since He is the giver of life and sustainer and nourisher of mankind and all creation with His unlimited bounties. Man must worship Allah, who alone is worthy of worship.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I created the jinn and humankind only that they might worship me. I seek no livelihood from them, nor do I ask that they should feed me. Lo, Allah, He it is that giveth livelihood, the Lord of unbreakable might.
The second part of this testimony is about the servant and chosen messenger of Allah. In fact, the Muslim has to obey the commands of the Prophet, peace be upon him, to believe him in what he has said, to follow his teachings, to avoid what he has forbidden, and to worship Allah alone, according to the message revealed to him.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, He does not speak out of His own desire, it is but revelation revealed to Him.
You will find in this channel more important videos, such as how to pray, testimonies of new converted peoples to Islam. Also, you can read and listen to the Holy Quran with many translations in English, explanations and many recitations which are available in Arabic and English on the Holy Quran website when you click on his address below this video. For any help, explanation or question, please write a comment.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, when he learns about something of our verses, he takes it as a laughing stock. For such people, there is a humiliating punishment. In front of them, there is Jahannam, hell, and whatever they have earned will not be of any use to them, nor the patrons they have adopted instead of Allah, and for them, there is a horrible punishment.
Please, transmit the message of this video to your beloved ones and friends, by subscribing in this channel or sharing this video or downloading and uploading it on your channel. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said,
The initiator of a good deed will get the same reward as the one who adapts this deed.
May God, the most compassionate, the most forgiving, the most noble, guide us to His straight path, grant paradise for those who distribute or upload this video, and grant the producer of this movie and his family the highest Firdaus paradise. Amen.
Moreover, 47 more scientific evidences of the Holy Quran on Harun Yahya's video.
The Holy Quran, a divine scripture, was sent down to mankind 14 centuries ago. From the day of its revelation to the day of judgment, it will remain as the last and sole guide for humanity. There are countless proofs that the Quran is the Word of God. Such examples are its literary qualities that no human being can imitate, the fact that it is free of all inconsistency, and the way it foretells the future and contains certain hidden information. The Quran contains another miracle that proves it to be God's revelation. There are a remarkable number of scientific truths that are contained in it. In this book that was revealed over 14 centuries ago, there are innumerable examples of information which humanity has only been able to uncover using today's technology. People at that time were devoid of science. Conceptions of the nature and the universe were based on superstition and myth. For example, the Arabs supposed that the earth was flat and that mountains supported the sky above. Yet, all these superstitious beliefs were eradicated with the revelation of the Quran. The verse, "God is He who raised up the heavens without any support," invalidated the false beliefs of the Arabs regarding the sky. The Quran contains information on a great many subjects that nobody could have known at the time, from the creation of the universe to the making of man, from the structure of the atmosphere to the balances on Earth. Recent scientific discoveries have shown just how miraculous this information is. In the early 20th century, the prevalent view across the world was that the universe was infinite. According to this view, known as the static universe model, the universe had no end or beginning. This view dominated the scientific world for many years. This was the case until the evidence for a theory rocked this erroneous belief. The Big Bang Theory. The evidence proved that an explosion emanated from a single point some 15 billion years ago from nothingness. The entire universe, together with matter and time, came into existence as a result of a great explosion that occurred a long time ago. Many scientific findings today support the Big Bang Theory. It has now been proved that the universe had a beginning and was brought into being from nothing through a huge explosion. This fact, proved as the result of long research in the field of physics, was also declared 14 centuries ago in the Noble Quran. He created the heavens and the earth from nothing. Research carried out thanks to modern-day advanced technology, observation, and calculation have shed light on many secrets concerning the universe. One of these is the fact that it is constantly expanding. This idea of expansion was first raised in the early 20th century. The Russian physicist Alexander Friedmann and the Belgian cosmologist Georges Lemaitre theoretically calculated that the universe is in constant motion and that it is expanding. This notion was confirmed by the use of observational data in 1929. While observing the sky with a telescope, Edwin Hubble, the American astronomer, discovered a surprising fact. The stars and galaxies were constantly moving away from each other. This discovery is regarded as one of the greatest in the history of astronomy. A universe where everything constantly moves away from everything else implied a constantly expanding universe. Bodies in the universe were like points on the surface of a balloon being inflated. The more a balloon is inflated, the further away the points on its surface move from one another. Similarly, celestial bodies also move away from one another as the universe expands. There was no technology and no science of astronomy 14 centuries ago when the Quran was revealed. Nobody was then aware of this fact. Yet, it was clearly stated in Quranic verses that the universe was expanding. And it is we who have constructed the heavens with might, and verily it is we who are steadily expanding it. The human body. A flawless structure with many fine details that still have yet to be discovered. Scientists engaged in research using today's advanced technology obtained astonishing results concerning the human body. One of these dealt with the tissues in the body. Living tissues contain 26 different elements. 6 of these are the most common: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur. These basic elements represent 95% of all tissues. This, in turn, represents important scientific evidence of the information revealed in the Quran, the creation of man out of clay. The building blocks that constitute almost all the human body are present in the soil, either in free or compound forms. The first human being was created by God, who shaped clay into human form and breathed the soul into it. This miraculous event is described in the Quran. Your Lord said to the angels, I am going to create a human being out of clay. When I have formed him and breathed my spirit into him, fall down in prostration to him. In another verse, God tells us that we created man from an extract of clay. The Arabic word sulala, translated as extract in the verse, means representative example or essence. The information revealed in the Quran 1400 years ago confirms what modern science tells us: the fact that the same elements are employed in human creation as those found in the soil. Let us now consider all those human beings who have ever lived and who are living today. Every person has his or her own set of fingerprints. Even identical twins having the very same DNA sequence have different fingerprints. That is because there is a special formation in the fingerprints. Fingerprints attain their final shape before birth and remain the same for a lifetime unless a permanent scar appears. That is why fingerprints are accepted as a very important proof of identity, exclusive to their owner. Scientists discovered this important feature only in the later 19th century. However, in the Quran, God points to the fingertips, which did not attract anyone's attention at that time, and calls our attention to their importance. Does man imagine we will not reassemble his bones? Yes, we are able to put together in perfect order the very tips of his fingers. He has created the heavens and the earth for truth. He wraps the night up in the day, and wraps the day up in the night. The Arabic word that is translated as to wrap in this verse is yukawir. In English, it translates as to make one thing lap over another, folded up as a garment that is laid away. The information given in the verse about the day and the night wrapping each other up includes accurate information about the shape of the world. This can be true only if the earth is round. However, it was then thought that the world was a flat plane. Nobody knew that the earth was round. The revelation in the Quran at that time that the earth was round is one of the countless proofs that our holy book is the Word of God. A very important feature of mountains is indicated in a Quranic verse: the function of preventing shocks in the earth. We placed firmly embedded mountains on the earth so it would not move under them. And geology today confirms this characteristic of mountains. Formerly, it was thought that mountains were merely protrusions rising above the surface of the earth. However, in the 20th century, scientists realized that this was not actually the case. Those parts known as mountain root extended down as far as 10 to 15 times their own height. For example, Mount Everest, the summit of which stands approximately 9 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, has a root deeper than 125 kilometers. Mountains emerge as a result of the movements and collisions of massive plates forming the Earth's crust. When two plates collide, the stronger one slides under the other. The one on the top bends and forms heights and mountains. The layer beneath proceeds under the ground and makes a deep extension downwards. These extensions are the mountain roots. Thanks to their roots, mountains fix the Earth's crust. Therefore, they prevent any sliding over the magma layer or amongst the layers themselves, and also prevent major earth tremors. With these features, mountains can be compared to nails holding strips of wood together. God tells us in the Quran, "Haven't we made the earth as a bed, and the mountains its pegs?" The fact that this function was revealed in the Quran at a time when it was unknown to anyone is another of this divine book's great miracles. Were it not for the fixing effect of the mountains, soil would not collect on the earth's surface, water would not accumulate in the soil, no plants could grow. In short, life on earth would be impossible. Through the mercy of God, however, the earth is capable of sustaining life. Sperm undertake a journey into the mother's body until they reach the ovum. Only 1,000 out of 250 million sperm succeed in reaching the ovum. At the end of this 5-minute race, the ovum, half the size of a grain of salt, will let only one of the sperm in. However, this finding that was determined in our own day reveals something that was previously unknown. That is, the substance of man is not the whole semen, but only a small part of it. This is explained in the Quran as follows. Does man reckon he will be left uncontrolled without purpose? Was he not once a drop of ejected semen? As close inspection shows, we are informed in the Quran that man is made not from the entire semen, but only a small part of it. This is also what modern science says. The development of a human being in its mother's womb is full of miracles. The fetus's ears begin to develop as early as the 22nd day of pregnancy and become fully functional in the 4th month. After that, the fetus can hear sounds in the mother's womb. For that reason, the sense of hearing forms before the other vital functions for a newborn baby. The order set out in the Quran is striking from that point of view. It is He who has created hearing, sight, and minds for you. What little thanks you show! God brought you out of your mother's wombs, knowing nothing at all, and gave you hearing, sight, and minds so that perhaps you would show thanks. Close examination shows that the senses God refers to in the Quran are always mentioned in a particular order: hearing, sight, and understanding. That is exactly the same order in which a baby's senses develop. In short, one of the discoveries of modern science, the order of development of human organs, is clearly stated in the Quran. Particular emphasis is placed in the Quran on one element: iron. In Surat al-Hadid, meaning iron, we are informed, "And we also sent down iron, in which there lies great force, and which has many uses for mankind." The word anzalna, translated as "we sent down," and used for iron in the verse, could be thought of having a metaphorical meaning to explain that iron has been given to benefit people. But when we take into consideration the literal meaning of the word, we realize that this verse implies a very significant scientific miracle. This meaning is being physically sent down from the sky, as in the case of rain and sun rays. Modern astronomical findings have disclosed that the iron found in our planet has come from giant stars in outer space. Not only the iron on Earth, but also the iron in the entire solar system comes from outer space, since the temperature in the sun is inadequate for the formation of iron. Iron can only be produced in much larger stars than the sun, where the temperature reaches a few 100 million degrees. When the amount of iron exceeds a certain level in a star, the star can no longer accommodate it, and eventually explodes in what is called a nova, or a supernova. These explosions make it possible for iron to be given off into space. All the iron on Earth came from outer space as a result of this process. In other words, iron was sent down to Earth, just like we are told in the verse. It is clear that this information could not have been established in the 17th century, when the Quran was revealed. There are more than 100 billion galaxies in the visible universe, and each small galaxy contains approximately 1 billion stars. Furthermore, each big galaxy contains more than 1 trillion. Many of these stars have planets, and many of these planets have satellites. All these celestial bodies follow the most finely calculated paths and orbits for millions of years. Stars, planets, and satellites all rotate around their own axes, and also rotate together with the system of which they are a part. The universe functions within an order, just like the wheels in a factory. The movement of celestial bodies in their orbits is based upon extreme fine-tuning. Even the slightest deviation from their paths could have drastic consequences that might spell the end of the entire system. For example, the consequences of the Earth's deviating from its course by a mere 3 millimeters have been described in one source as follows. While rotating around the Sun, the Earth follows such an orbit that every 18 miles it only deviates 2.8 millimeters from a direct course. The orbit followed by the Earth never changes, because even a deviation of 3 millimeters would cause catastrophic disasters. If the deviation were 2.5 millimeters instead of 2.8 millimeters, then the orbit would be very large, and all of us would freeze. If the deviation were 3.1 millimeters, we would be scorched to death. These facts were only discovered through astronomical research in the 20th century. Yet it was revealed 14 centuries ago in the Quran that heavenly bodies revolve in very finely tuned orbits. I swear by heaven with its oscillating orbits. In another verse we are told that it is He who created night and day, and the sun and moon, each one swimming in a sphere. According to astronomers' calculations, the sun moves along a path known as the solar apex in the path of a star Vega. This is just as revealed in the Quran. And the sun runs to its resting place. At the time of the revelation of the Quran, mankind definitely did not possess telescopes with which to gaze on outer space, millions of kilometers away, observation technology, or the modern sciences of physics and astronomy. Therefore, it was impossible at that time to scientifically determine that space was equipped with oscillating orbits. However, this fact is clearly stated in the Quran, which was sent down at that time, because the Quran is the Word of God. I swear by heaven which returns. The word Raj interpreted as return in Quran translations, has meanings of sending back or returning. This indicates an important scientific fact. The atmosphere surrounding the Earth consists of many layers. Each layer serves an important purpose for the benefit of life on Earth. They have the function of turning the materials or rays they are exposed to back into space or back down to the Earth. For example, the troposphere, 13 to 15 kilometers above the Earth, enables water vapor rising from the surface of the Earth to be condensed and turned back as rain. The ozone layer, the lower layer of stratosphere at an altitude of 25 kilometers, reflects harmful radiation and ultraviolet light coming from space and turns both back into space. The ionosphere reflects radio waves broadcast from the Earth back down to different parts of the world, just like a passive communication satellite. Thus, it makes wireless communication, radio and television broadcasting possible over long distances. The magnetosphere layer turns the harmful radioactive particles emitted by the Sun and other stars back into space before they reach the Earth. The fact that this property of the atmosphere's layers was only demonstrated in the recent past, yet was announced centuries ago in the Quran, once again confirms that the Quran is God's word. Clouds may give the naked eye the impression that they are merely large bodies of vapor floating in the air, but their weight can reach quite astonishing figures. For example, a cumulonimbus cloud, commonly known as the thunder cloud, can contain up to 300,000 tons of water. The fact that a mass of 300,000 tons of water can remain aloft is truly amazing. Attention is drawn to the weight of clouds in the Quran. It is He who sends out the winds, bringing advance news of His mercy, so that when they have lifted up the heavy clouds, we dispatch them to a dead land and send down water to it, by means of which we bring forth all kinds of fruit. At the time when the Quran was revealed, of course, it was quite impossible to have any information about the weight of clouds. This information, revealed in the Quran but discovered only recently, is yet another proof that the Quran is the Word of God. In the honeybee colonies, where each of the many bees is assigned a specific task, the only exception is the male honeybee. The males do not contribute to the cleaning of the hive, to gathering food, or to making of the honeycomb and honey. The only function of the male bees in the hive is to inseminate the queen bee. The males possess almost none of the features possessed by the other bees. The worker bees carry the entire load of the colony. They have several duties: cleaning the hive, maintaining the larvae and the young, feeding the other bees, gathering supplies like nectar, pollen, water, and resin, and storing these in the hive, Although they are females like the queen, their ovaries have not developed. This renders them sterile. The features of these creatures are described in the Quran in Surat An-Nahl, which means the honeybee. Your Lord revealed to the bees, "Build dwellings in the mountains and the trees, and also in the structures which men erect. Then eat from every kind of fruit, and travel the paths of your Lord, which have been made easy for you to follow. From inside them comes a drink of varying colors containing healing for humanity. There is certainly a sign in that for people who reflect." This verse contains an important secret that can only be understood by means of Arabic grammar. In Arabic, there are two different usages of verbs. By means of the usage, it is possible to determine whether the subject is a female or a male. As a matter of fact, the verbs used for the honeybee in the verses are used in the format of the verb for females. Through this, it is indicated that the honeybees that work in the making of honey are females. It must not be forgotten that gender in insects was only understood through modern biological observations. The fact that the worker bees are all female was only established in our day. Yet God shows another miracle of the Quran by drawing our attention to this fact in verses. Today, the relativity of time is a proven scientific fact. This was revealed by Einstein's theory of relativity during the early part of the 20th century. Until then, it was not known that time was relative, nor that it could change according to the circumstances. Yet the renowned scientist Albert Einstein proved this fact by showing that time is dependent on mass and velocity. However, the Quran, revealed some 1300 years before Einstein, had already included information about time as being relative. A day with your Lord is equivalent to 1,000 years in the way you count. He directs the whole affair from heaven to earth. Then it will again ascend to him on a day whose length is 1,000 years by the way you measure. It is estimated that in 1 second, approximately 16 million tons of water evaporate from the Earth. This figure amounts to 505 trillion tons of water in 1 year. This number is equal to the amount of rain that falls on the Earth in a year, and this amount is fixed every year. Therefore, water continuously circulates in a balanced cycle according to a measure. However, this delicate measure, only determined through means afforded by modern technology, was miraculously revealed in the Quran 14 centuries ago. It is He who sends down water in measured amounts from the sky, by which we bring a dead land back to life. That is how you too will be raised from the dead. Life on Earth depends on this water cycle. Even a minor deviation in this equilibrium would soon give rise to a major ecological imbalance that would make the Earth unfit for life. Revealed in the 7th century at a time when people's knowledge of what was under the sea was very limited, the Quran contains important information about the structure of the sea and even about the depths of the oceans. He has let loose the two seas, converging together with a barrier between them they do not break through. This property of the seas, that is, that they meet and yet do not intermix, has only very recently been discovered by oceanographers. Because of the physical force called surface tension, the waters of neighboring seas do not mix. It is another miracle that during a period when there was little knowledge of physics and of surface tension or oceanography, this truth was revealed in the Quran. The Quran is the word of Almighty God, who created all things out of nothing, and who enfolds all beings with His knowledge. It is for these reasons that these facts that modern science has only recently discovered appear in the Quran, sent down 1400 years ago. In one verse, God reveals this about the Quran. If it had been from other than God, they would have found many inconsistencies in it. There is no inconsistency in the Quran. Furthermore, the information within our holy book, the Quran, reveals new miracles with every passing day. Human beings are meant to hold fast to this divine book revealed by God and to receive it with an open heart as their one and only guide in life. In the Quran, God tells us the following: "And this is a book we have sent down and blessed. So follow it and fear God, so that hopefully you will gain mercy." A divine scripture was sent down to humanity 14 centuries ago. This sacred book is the Quran. From the day of its revelation to the day of judgment, it will remain as the last and sole guide for humanity. There are countless proofs that the Quran is the Word of God. In the first film, scientific miracles of the Quran were examined and shown as proof. In this film, we shall continue to look at these scientific miracles that prove that the Quran is the revelation of God. We shall see that a great many scientific facts we have only recently been able to establish using modern-day technology, from the layers of the Earth to continental drift, and from the gender of a baby to atomic subparticles, were revealed in our book 14 centuries ago. The Big Bang Theory, which the scientific world unanimously accepted in the 20th century, proves that the universe came into being with a giant explosion. One verse of the Quran that revealed this fact 1400 years ago reads, "Do not the unbelievers see that the heavens and the earth were sewn together, and then we unstitched them, and that we made from water every living thing? So will they not believe?" The word rakt, translated as sewn together, means mixed in each, blended in the Arabic vernacular. The phrase "we unstitched" is the verb fataka, and in Arabic it implies the tearing apart of a structure of things that are sewn to one another. A very important scientific fact is being described here: the separation of the heavens and the earth. Intriguingly, at the first moments of the Big Bang, the entire matter of the universe collected at one single point. The heavens and earth, which were not created yet, were within this single point. Then, this point exploded violently, causing its matter to disunite. This is just as is described in the verse. People 14 centuries ago, of course, possessed no scientific knowledge or technology by which to know that the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything they saw, or that which was invisible in the skies, had initially been united in a single point. In the Quran, God calls our attention to a very important attribute of the sky. We made the sky a preserved and protected roof, yet still they turn away from our signs. The protective nature of the sky revealed in the Quran was only discovered in our own time. The atmosphere surrounding the earth protects us from lethal dangers. While destroying many meteors, big and small, as they approach the earth, it prevents them from falling to earth and harming life. It filters the light rays coming from space that are harmful to living things. It also protects the earth from the freezing cold of the space, which is approximately minus 270 degrees Celsius. In addition to the atmosphere, there is another layer caused by the magnetic field of the Earth, which serves as a shield against the harmful radiation that threatens our planet. The Van Allen Belts. Thanks to the Van Allen Belts, the massive outbursts of energy called solar flares that frequently occur in the Sun do not destroy life on Earth. In short, a perfect system is at work high above the Earth. It surrounds our world and protects it against external threats. Strikingly, this was revealed 1400 years ago in the Quran. Another verse imparting the same information reads, "It is He who made the earth a couch for you, and the sky a dome." Here the sky is described as Al-Sama Bina in Arabic. As well as the meaning of dome or ceiling, this word has another meaning. It also describes a kind of tent-like covering used by the Arab Bedouin. By describing the sky as a tent-like structure, the Quran is emphasizing that it is a form of protection against external elements. This is the protection the atmosphere affords against meteors and cosmic rays. All these facts show that this information obtained by humanity as the result of lengthy scientific research was imparted 1400 years ago in the Quran, when there were no spacecrafts or giant telescopes. The Earth consists of 7 strata. The first layer is the hydrosphere, which embodies all the waters on the Earth's surface. The second layer, the lithosphere, is a hard stratum forming the Earth's top layer. Its average thickness is 80 kilometers. It is colder and harder than the other strata, and therefore forms the Earth's shell. The third layer is the asthenosphere. It is formed of hot, semi-solid meltable substances. The fourth and fifth layers, the upper mantle and the lower mantle respectively, form a high-temperature region some 2,900 kilometers thick, made up of semi-solid rocks. The Earth's core consists of 2 parts. One is the 2,200 kilometer thick liquid outer core, the other a 1,250 kilometer thick solid inner core, the 6th and the 7th layers respectively. The fact that the Earth is made up of such strata was only known as the result of lengthy research using 20th century technology. Yet God imparted this information to us in the Quran, which He imbued with many scientific miracles 14 centuries ago. It is God who created the 7 heavens, and of the earth the same number, the command descending down through all of them, so that you might know that God has power over all things, and that God encompasses all things in His knowledge. It was at the beginning of the 20th century when a German scientist, Alfred Wegener, proposed that the continents of the Earth had been attached together when it first formed, but then drifted in different directions and thus separated as they moved away from each other. this theory of Wegener's was proved in the 1980s. It was found that the 6 major plates and several small ones, which form the crust and the uppermost part of the mantle, were in constant motion. According to the theory called plate tectonics, these plates move about on Earth, carrying continents and the ocean floor with them. This motion has been measured at 1 to 5 centimeters per year. Consequently, this produces a slow change in Earth's geography. Each year, for instance, the Atlantic Ocean becomes slightly wider. Science discovered this only recently. The fact that it was revealed 14 centuries ago in the Quran is, without doubt, another of the book's many miracles. You see the mountains you reckon to be solid, going past like clouds. God referred to the motion of the mountains in the verse of the Quran. Today, scientists use the term continental drift for this motion. It is without doubt a great miracle that this scientific fact should have been revealed in the 7th century, when conceptions of the nature of the universe were based on superstition and myth. This is another very important proof that the Quran is the Word of God. The outer layer of the Earth's atmosphere consists of a great many gases, particularly oxygen. However, energy explosions on the Sun cause some of these gases to disperse into space. Researchers have obtained its first concrete evidence thanks to the NASA spacecraft. It was first observed that the Earth experiences a loss of matter from its outer layers on September 24th and 25th, 1998. In other words, this occurred 14 centuries after this information was imparted in the Quran. Don't they see how we come to the land, eroding it at its extremities? These verses may also be referring to the loss of land on Earth in another regard. At the present time, the polar ice caps are melting and the water level in the oceans is rising. As coastal areas come underwater, the land surface or total amount of land is decreasing. The expression, eroding it from its extremities in the verses, may well be pointing to coastal areas being covered by water. God knows best. The British physicist Paul Dirac, who won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1933, made a most important discovery. This finding, known as parity, revealed the duality known as matter and antimatter. Antimatter bears the opposite characteristics to matter. For instance, contrary to matter, antimatter electrons have a positive charge, while protons have a negative electric charge. Nobody was aware of this scientific fact when the Quran was revealed 1400 years ago. Yet, it was clearly revealed in verses that everything in the universe has been created in pairs. A verse in the Quran shows this as follows. Glory be to him who created all the pairs, from what the earth produces and from themselves, and from things unknown to them. Up until 20 years ago, it was believed that the smallest particles were the protons and neutrons that comprise the atom. However, advances in science and technology disproved this. It was realized that the atom, regarded as the smallest unit of matter, could be divided into even smaller subcomponents. A specialized branch of physics emerged to study these subparticles and their particular behavior. Particle physics. Particle physics research has revealed that the protons and the neutrons that comprise the atom actually consist of subparticles known as quarks. This fact only emerged in the last century, but it was revealed in the Quran. He is the knower of the unseen, whom not an atom's weight eludes, either in the heavens or in the earth. Nor is there anything smaller or larger than that which is not in a clear book. In another verse, God tells us that not even an atom's weight eludes your Lord, either on earth or in heaven. Nor is there anything smaller than that, or larger, which is not in a clear book. This verse refers to atom and smaller particles still. The fact that there are even smaller subunits was imparted to humanity in the Quran 14 centuries ago. The 20th century saw a great many new discoveries regarding celestial phenomena in the universe. One of these is the black hole. When a star has consumed all its fuel, it collapses in on itself, eventually turning into a region with infinite density and zero volume and an immensely powerful magnetic field. This is called a black hole. We are unable to see black holes, even with the most powerful telescope, because their gravitational pull is so strong that even light is unable to escape from them. Their presence, however, can be perceived by means of the magnetic effect they have on the surrounding area. In the Quran, God draws attention to this matter in this way. And I swear by the stars' positions, and that is a mighty oath, if you only knew. All stars with large masses set up gravitational fields in space. A black hole constantly increases its density, and thus gravitational attraction, by drawing everything around it, or that passes by it, into itself. In this sense, it resembles a hole in space into which everything around it is pulled. That is why they are known as black holes. This information about stars in the Quran is also remarkable. I swear by heaven and the Tariq, and what will convey to you what the Tariq is? The star piercing, the darkness. Electricity. It is one of the greatest discoveries in the history of the world. It lights almost the entire world by means of bulbs. In fact, this great discovery was noted in verses of the Quran 14 centuries ago. God is the light of the heavens and the earth. The metaphor of his light is that of a niche in which is a lamp, the lamp inside a glass, the glass like a brilliant star, lit from a blessed tree, an olive, neither of the east nor of the west. Its oil all but giving off light, even if no fire touches it. Light upon light. God guides to his light whoever he wills, and God makes metaphors for mankind, and God has knowledge of all things. This verse refers to something that emits light. It appears that this body miraculously refers to the light bulbs used almost everywhere on Earth in the present day. A bulb is a body which shines like a star and emits light inside glass, and that is in full conformity with the description in the verse. The fact that the fuel used by this light-emitting body belongs to neither east nor west may be an indication that it has no physical dimensions. Electricity, the fuel of the light bulb, indeed is not in material dimension, but in an energy dimension. Unlike oil lamps and gas lamps, light bulbs burn without fire, in line with the description supplied in the verse. In light of all this information, it may be inferred that this verse is referring to the light bulb, a most important invention. God knows best. In one verse of the Quran, the fecundating characteristic of the winds and the resulting formation of rain are mentioned. And we send the fecundating winds, then cause water to descend from the sky, therewith providing you with water in abundance. This fact set out in the Quran was definitely unknown until the beginning of the 20th century. Until then, the only relationship known between the wind and the rain was that it was the wind that drove the clouds. However, today's meteorological findings have demonstrated the fecundating role of the wind in the formation of rain. According to these findings, on the surface of oceans and seas, a large number of air bubbles form because of the water's foaming action. The moment these bubbles burst, thousands of tiny particles with a diameter of just 1/100th of a millimeter are thrown up into the air. These particles, known as aerosols, mix with dust carried from the land by the wind and are carried to the upper layers of the atmosphere. These particles, carried to higher altitudes by winds, come into contact with water vapor up there. Water vapor condenses around these particles and turns into water droplets. These water droplets first come together and form clouds, and then fall to the earth in the form of rain. In short, the formation of rain comes when winds fecundate the clouds with the aerosols, in just the same way it was revealed in the Quran, at a time when people knew next to nothing about natural phenomena. Research carried out in recent years has revealed that the prefrontal area, lying in the frontal part of the skull, is responsible for the management of particular functions of the brain. This area of the cerebrum is also responsible for planning, motivation, and initiating good and evil behavior, and it is responsible for telling lies and the truth. A book entitled Essentials of Anatomy and Physiology says, in relation to its involvement in motivation, the prefrontal area is also thought to be the functional center for aggression. Parallel information to these scientific facts discovered by scientists in the last 60 years was also imparted in the Quran 14 centuries ago. No, indeed, if he does not stop, we will grab him by the forelock, a lying, sinful forelock. The expression, the lying, sinful forelock, in this verse is most remarkable. This demonstrates a close parallel to the activities carried out in the front part of the brain. What determines the gender of an unborn child? According to the Quran, the answer lies in its father. Masculinity or femininity is created out of a drop of semen which has been ejected. Gender is determined by the sperm cells from the male, and that the female has no role in this process. The verses that tell us this read, "He has created both sexes, male and female, from a drop of semen which has been ejected." Wasn't he a drop of ejaculated sperm, then an embryo which he created and shaped, making from it both sexes, male and female? The developing disciplines of genetics and molecular biology have scientifically validated the accuracy of this information given in the Quran. A baby's gender is determined by which chromosome, X or Y, from the male unites with the female's ovum. None of this was known until the discovery of genes in the 20th century. Indeed, in many cultures, it was believed that the female determined the gender of a baby. This is one reason why women were blamed when they gave birth to girls. 14 centuries before human genes were discovered, however, the Quran revealed information that denies this superstition and referred to the origin of gender lying not with women, but with the semen deriving from men. That is because the Quran is the Word of God. When the sperm of the male unites with the ovum of the female, the essence of the baby to be born is formed. This single cell is known as a zygote. It will instantly begin reproducing by dividing and eventually become a piece of flesh called an embryo. The embryo, however, does not spend its developmental period in a void. It clings to the uterus, similar to roots that are firmly fixed to the earth by its tendrils. Through this bond, it can obtain the substances essential to its development from the mother's body. Here, an important miracle of the Quran is revealed. While referring to the embryo developing in the mother's womb, God uses the word alaq. Recite, in the name of your Lord who created man from alaq. Recite, and your Lord is the most generous. The meaning of the word alaq in Arabic is a thing that clings to some place. Certainly the use of such a specific word for the embryo developing in the mother's womb proves once again that the Quran is the word of God, the Lord of all the worlds. Another important item of information provided in the verses of the Quran is the developmental stages of a human being in the mother's womb. We then formed the drop in the embryo, and formed the embryo into a lump, and formed the lump into bones, and clothed the bones in flesh, and then brought him into being as another creature. Blessed be God, the best of creators. It is clearly stated in these verses that in the mother's womb the bones develop first, and then the muscles form which wrap around them. Until very recently, embryologists assumed that the bones and muscles in an embryo developed at the same time. Yet research conducted by virtue of new technological developments has yielded such accurate conclusions. These researched findings are just as it is described in the Quran. First, the cartilage tissues of the embryo ossifies. Then, muscular cells that are selected from amongst the tissue around the bones come together and wrap around the bones. This event is described in a scientific publication titled Developing Human in the following words. The shape of the skeleton determines the general appearance of the embryo in the bone stages during the 7th week. Muscles do not develop at the same time, but their development follows soon after. The muscles take their positions around the bones throughout the body, and therefore clothe the bones. Thus, the muscles take their well-known forms and structures. The stage of clothing with muscles occurs during the 8th week. In short, developmental stages of man, as described in the Quran, are in perfect harmony with the findings of modern embryology. Emeritus Professor Keith Moore of the Department of Anatomy and Cell Biology at the University of Toronto is one of the eminent embryologists in the world. He is one of those scholars who have identified this miracle in the Quran. Professor Moore examined the verses concerning human birth and announced his conclusions in these words. It has been a great pleasure for me to help clarify statements in the Quran about human development. It is clear to me that these statements must have come to Prophet Muhammad from God, or Allah, because most of this knowledge was not discovered until many centuries later. This proves to me that Prophet Muhammad must have been a messenger of God, or Allah. People who remain lying down in the same position for a long period of time encounter serious health problems. Due to the constant pressure on one part of the body when one is not moving for a long period of time, the blood vessels become constricted and can close altogether. As a result, the oxygen and other nutrients carried by the blood fail to reach the skin, and the skin begins to die. This leads to the appearance of sores on the body. These sores are known as bed sores or pressure sores. These sores, which form under the skin or tissue, can assume serious dimensions unless treated. If they become infected, they can even lead to death. The healthiest thing to do, therefore, is to frequently change the position of the body in order to reduce this pressure. Patients who cannot move themselves therefore receive special care and are moved every 2 hours by others. The importance of movement during sleep was only realized in the 20th century. Yet information pointing to this importance was also set out in the Quran, the Word of God. You would have supposed them to be awake, whereas in fact they were asleep. We moved them to the right and to the left. This verse refers to the companions of the cave who remained asleep for hundreds of years. In addition, God also reveals that He moved their bodies to the left and right while they were asleep. The fact that these medical facts discovered in our own century were also noted in the Quran is without doubt another of its miracles. All that we have seen in the scientific miracles of the Quran films shows us one clear fact. The Quran is such a book that all the information it contains has been and is being found to be true. Facts about scientific subjects, facts that no one could have known at the time of the Quran's revelation, are announced in its verses. It is impossible for such information to have been known with the level of knowledge and technology available in 7th century Arabia. This, of course, is manifest proof that the Quran cannot be the word of man. In the Quran, God tells us the following. This Quran could never have been devised by any besides God. Rather, it is confirmation of what came before it, and an elucidation of the book, which contains no doubt from the Lord of all the worlds. Do they say, He has invented it? Say, then produce a surah like it, and call on anyone you can besides God, if you are telling the truth. As we saw in the first two films, the Quran, the Word of God, reported a great many scientific developments centuries ago. Yet the miracles of the Quran are not limited to scientific developments alone. Verses of the Quran also contain a great many miracles regarding historical matters. Many tribes, cities, kings, and wars are described in our holy book. Furthermore, Research and archaeological discoveries have confirmed this information that was imparted 1400 years ago. There is absolutely no doubt that the Quran is a revelation and a miracle of God. An astonishing prediction is found in the first verses of Surat Ar-Rum, which refers to the Byzantine Empire, the eastern part of the later Roman Empire. The Byzantine Empire, which had met a great defeat, would soon gain victory. Alif, Lam, Mim. The Romans have been defeated in the lowest land, but after their defeat, they will be victorious within 3 to 9 years. The affair is God's from beginning to end. On that day the believers will rejoice. These verses were revealed around 620. Almost 7 years after the idolatrous Persians had severely defeated Christian Byzantium in 1613 and 1614. In fact, Byzantium had suffered such heavy losses that it seemed impossible for it even to survive, let alone be victorious again. Following their defeat of the Byzantines at Antioch in 613, the Persians seized control of Damascus, Sicilia, Tarsus, Armenia, and Jerusalem. The loss of Jerusalem in 1614 was particularly traumatic for the Byzantines, for the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was destroyed, and the Persians seized the true cross, the symbol of Christianity. In addition, the Avars, Slavs, and Lombards were also posing serious threats to the Byzantine Empire. The Avars had reached as far as the walls of Constantinople. Emperor Heraclius ordered the gold and silver in churches to be melted and turned into money in order to meet the army's expenses. Many governors had revolted against Heraclius, and Byzantium was on the point of collapse. Mesopotamia, Cilicia, Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and Armenia, which had earlier belonged to Byzantium, were invaded by the idolatrous Persians. In short, everyone was expecting Byzantium to be destroyed. But during this time, the first verses of Surat Ar-Rum were revealed, announcing that Byzantium would triumph in 3 to 9 years. This predicted victory seemed so impossible that the Arab polytheists thought it would never come true. Like all other predictions in the Quran, however, this one also came true. In 622, Heraclius gained a number of victories over the Persians and conquered Armenia. In December 627, the two empires fought a decisive battle at Nineveh, some 50 kilometers east of the Tigris River near Baghdad. This time, too, the Byzantine army defeated the Persians. A few months later, the Persians had to sue for peace with Byzantium, which obliged them to return the territories they had taken from it. The Byzantine victory was completed when Emperor Heraclius defeated the Persian ruler Khosrau II in 630, recaptured Jerusalem, and regained the true cross for the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. In the end, the victory of the Romans, proclaimed by God in the Quran, miraculously came true within the 3 to 9 years time frame stated in the verse. Another miracle revealed in these verses is the announcement of a geographical fact that could not have been known by anyone at that time. The Romans had been defeated in the lowest region of earth. This Arabic expression, Adna al-Ard is interpreted as a nearby place in many translations. However, this is not the literal meaning, but rather a figurative interpretation. Derived from the word dani, which means low, the word adna means the lowest. The word ard means the world. Therefore, Adna al-Ard means the lowest place on earth. The Dead Sea Basin, one of the regions in which the Byzantines were defeated in 613-614, is the lowest region on earth. For Christian Byzantium, the loss of the true cross was the heaviest blow in that defeat in Jerusalem, located near the shores of the Dead Sea. At 399 meters below sea level, the Dead Sea is the lowest place on the Earth's surface. The Romans were defeated in the lowest land, just as revealed in the verse. However, as only modern measuring methods and equipment can prove this fact, it would have been impossible for anyone living at that time to realize this truth. Yet it is clearly stated in the Quran that this region was the lowest land on earth, and this provides further evidence that it is the divine word. The Egyptian ruler known as Pharaoh and his court were highly devoted to their polytheistic system and idolatrous beliefs. Indeed, according to their perverted beliefs, Pharaoh was actually a deity himself. At this time, God sent Prophet Moses, peace be upon him, as his messenger to the people of Egypt. Pharaoh, however, responded with slanders and threats to Prophet Moses' calls for him to believe in God. This arrogant attitude lasted until he was faced with God's punishment. He was faced with the threat of death through drowning. The position of Pharaoh, who turned to faith at just that moment, is described in these terms in verses. We brought the tribe of Israel across the sea, and Pharaoh and his troops pursued them out of tyranny and enmity. Then, when he was on the point of drowning, he said, I believe that there is no deity but him in whom the tribe of Israel believes. I am one of the Muslims. However, this last-minute conversion was not accepted. What now? When previously you rebelled and were one of the corruptors? Today we will preserve your body so you can be a sign for people who come after you. Surely many people are heedless of our signs. The information that Pharaoh's corpse would serve as a sign for later generations may be regarded as an indication that his body would not decay. On display in the royal mummy's chamber of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo is the body of Pharaoh, just as it was revealed 14 centuries ago. One night in Medina, the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, dreamed that the believers would enter the sacred mosque in safety and walk around the Kaaba. In Surat al-Fath, God revealed to the Prophet that he would help and support him, that the dream was true, and that the believers would enter Makkah. God has confirmed his messenger's vision with truth. You will enter the Masjid al-Haram, sacred mosque, in safety, God willing, shaving your heads and cutting your hair without any fear. He knew what you did not know, and ordained in place of this an imminent victory. However, at the time when our Prophet imparted these glad tidings to the believers, the situation was not at all appropriate. Those believers who had migrated from Makkah to Medina with him had not been able to return since. In addition, the pagans appeared determined not to allow the believers to re-enter Makkah. However, this was all shortly to change. The first treaty of Hudaybiyah was signed, and then Makkah was captured. The believers entered the sacred mosque in complete safety, just as the verse had foretold. Thus God showed that the glad tidings he had imparted to the Prophet were true. Other verses that give the glad tidings of the capture of Makkah are as follows. Truly we have granted you a clear victory, so that God may forgive you your earlier errors and any later ones, complete his blessing upon you, and guide you on a straight path, and so that God may help you with a mighty help. We decreed in the book for the tribe of Israel, you will twice cause corruption on earth, and you will reach a degree of great haughtiness. When the promised first time came, we sent against you servants of ours possessing great force, and they ransacked your houses, rampaging right through them. It was a promise that was fulfilled. Then, once again, we gave you the upper hand over them, supplied you with more wealth and children, and made you the most numerous group. As these verses reveal, the children of Israel caused two corruptions over the world. The first one is when they killed Prophet John and set a trap to kill Prophet Jesus, peace be upon them both. They were exiled shortly afterwards from Jerusalem by the Romans in 70 and wandered all over the world. When that verse was revealed to the Prophet, the Jews were living in various countries and had no state of their own. Yet, God told in the verses that one day the children of Israel would recover their strength. At that time, however, there seemed to be almost no way this would really happen. Many centuries later, however, this event revealed by God in the verses came true. The Jews returned to Palestine and established the State of Israel in 1948. Subsequently, the attitudes of some racist circles living in Israel led to disorder in the Middle East. This current state is a sign of the children of Israel's second corruption. However, it is important to note that this wicked behavior certainly does not apply to all Jews, for many Jews are individuals of good conscience and common sense who do not agree with such behavior. Certain racist and radical circles need to take to forgiveness as recommended by our Lord. If they follow this path, then it is clear that by God's will, an environment of peace and brotherhood can again be established. For the Quran states, "A good action and a bad action are not the same. Repel the bad with something better, and if there is enmity between you and someone else, he will be like a bosom friend." One of the important points in the verses in Surat al-Isra regarding the children of Israel is the way they state that events, which appeared impossible at the time and for which there was not the slightest indication to ever take place, would come to pass in the future. The fact that all this information was imparted centuries ago is of course one of the miracles of the Quran. Humanity's exploration of space was accelerated with the Soviet satellite Sputnik on 4 October 1957, whose successful launch NASA considers as the dawn of the space age. The first man to leave the Earth's atmosphere was the Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin, who entered space in the craft Vostok 1 in 1961. Human beings set foot on the moon on 20 July 1969 with the American Apollo 11 mission. In fact, it was revealed in the Quran that such developments and achievements would one day be realized. And this was revealed 14 centuries before, at a time when there were no spacecrafts equipped with advanced technology. O company of jinn and human beings, if you are able to pierce through the confines of the heavens and earth, pierce through them. You will not pierce through except with a clear authority. Careful examination reveals that the verse emphasizes that humanity will be able to move into the depths of earth and sky, but only with a superior power. In all likelihood, this superior power is the superior technology employed in the 20th century. In fact, these tidings imparted by God in the Quran took place thanks to 20th century advanced technology. He who possessed knowledge of the book said, "I will bring it, the Queen of Saba's throne, to you before your glance returns to you." And when he, Solomon, saw it standing firmly in his presence, he said, "This is part of my Lord's favor, to test me to see if I will give thanks or show ingratitude." He who possessed knowledge of the book told Prophet Solomon, peace be upon him, that he could bring the Queen of Saba's throne to him very quickly. Another astonishing fact is being indicated here, the transmission of images with present-day advanced technology. Another verse on the subject reads, "A demon of the jinn said, I will bring it to you before you get up from your seat. I am strong and trustworthy enough to do it." In our day, information of all kinds can be sent anywhere in the world in a matter of seconds, thanks to the internet and advances in computer technology. In addition, research into the transmission of matter is continuing. Indeed, according to a CNN report on 17 July 2002, a group of physicists from the National Australian University in Canberra split a laser ray and transmitted it several meters. Ping Koi Lam, the team's head, stated that transmitting matter in its atomic state might become a reality in the future. This is just as is revealed in the verses. One of the individuals referred to in the context of Pharaoh is Haman. He is mentioned in 6 different places in the Quran, in which we are informed that he was one of Pharaoh's closest allies. Surprisingly, the name Haman is never mentioned in those sections of the Old Testament pertaining to the life of Prophet Moses. This information in the Quran was backed up by archaeological discoveries made centuries later. Until the 18th century, the writings and inscriptions of ancient Egypt could not be understood. The ancient Egyptian writing system consisted of hieroglyphs, or stylized pictures rather than words, and was forgotten centuries ago. In 1799, the mystery of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs was solved by the discovery of a tablet called the Rosetta Stone, dating back to 196 BC. Through the decoding of hieroglyph, an important piece of knowledge was revealed. The name Haman was indeed mentioned in Egyptian inscriptions. The same inscription also indicated the close relationship between Haman and the pharaoh. In the dictionary of People in the New Kingdom, which was prepared based on the entire collection of inscriptions, Haman is said to be the head of stone quarry workers. The verse in the Quran describing the event where Pharaoh asked Haman to build a tower is in perfect agreement with this archaeological finding. Pharaoh said, "Counsel, I do not know of any other deity for you apart from me. Haman, kindle a fire for me over the clay, and build me a lofty tower, so that perhaps I may be able to climb up to Moses' deity. I consider him a blatant liar." The discovery of the name Haman on ancient Egyptian inscriptions once again revealed that the Quran was sent down from the sight of God. In a miraculous way, the Quran conveys to us historical information that could not have been possessed or understood at the time of the Prophet. Pharaoh and those people close to him were so devoted to their polytheistic system and pagan beliefs that not even the message of Prophet Moses, armed with wisdom and spectacular miracles, could turn them away from baseless superstitions. They also openly stated this fact. Because of their haughty attitude, God sent to them afflictions in order to punish them in this world too. We are told of these in the Quran. So we sent down on them floods, locusts, lice, frogs, and blood, signs, clear and distinct, but they proved arrogant and were an evil-doing people. This Quranic account of this period of human history has been confirmed by the discovery in the early 19th century of the Ipuwer papyruses dating back to the Middle Kingdom. The details in the papyrus regarding the catastrophes that struck the people of Egypt are just like those described in the Quran. plague is throughout the land, blood is everywhere. The river is blood. Forsooth, that has perished which yesterday was seen. The land is left over to its weariness like the cutting of flax. Lower Egypt weeps. The entire palace is without its revenues. To it belong by right wheat and barley, geese and fish. Forsooth, grain has perished on every side. The towns are destroyed. Upper Egypt has become dry. The residence is overturned in a minute. At the beginning of the 1990s, a most important archaeological discovery was made. That discovery was of an ancient Arab city. What rendered this archaeological find particularly interesting was the fact that this city was where the Ad, mentioned in the Quran, lived. It was Nicholas Clapp, a noted documentary filmmaker and a lecturer on archaeology, who found this city mentioned in the Quran. Being an Arabophile and a winning documentary filmmaker, Clapp had come across a very interesting book during his research on Arabian history. The book referred to Ubar, a very ancient city, and to tracks belonging to it. In order to aid his work to find these tracks, Clapp requested assistance from NASA to provide the satellite images of the area. From this, he went on to study the ancient manuscripts and maps in the Huntington Library in California. Here he quickly found a map drawn by the Greek-Egyptian geographer Ptolemy in 200, which showed the location of an old city found in the region and the paths which actually led up to this city. Moreover, the trails in the map corresponded with the trails in the satellite pictures taken by NASA. The final destination of these trails was a broad site understood to have once been a city. Finally, the location of this legendary city was discovered. After a short while, excavations began, and remains of an old city were brought to light. It was these remains that constituted the real proof that this ancient city was the city of the people of Ad, referred to in the Quran. Because among the structures unearthed during the excavations were pillars. This is just as is revealed in the verses. Don't you see what your Lord did with Ad-Iram of the columns, whose like was not created in any land? Prophet Lot lived at the same time as Prophet Abraham, peace be upon them both. He was sent as a messenger to a neighboring tribe to Prophet Abraham. That tribe, as revealed in the Quran, practiced a perversion never before seen in the world: homosexuality. When Prophet Lot told the people to abandon this great sin, they rejected him. They denied that he was a prophet and continued with their horrid lifestyle. As a result of this, the tribe was destroyed in a terrible disaster. And Lot, when he said to his people, "Do you commit an obscenity not perpetrated before you by anyone in all the worlds? You come with lust to men instead of women. You are indeed a depraved people. We rained down a rain upon them. See the final fate of the evildoers." The city mentioned in the Quran, in which the people of Lot lived, and which was eventually destroyed, was recently unearthed during archaeological excavations. This was the ancient city of Sodom, as it is called in the Old Testament. Archaeological excavations have revealed that the city lay close to the Dead Sea on the present-day Israeli-Jordanian border. The area is covered in large deposits of sulfur. This is a most important piece of evidence because sulfur is an element which appears as a result of volcanic eruptions. Indeed, there is indication in the Quran that the method of destruction was earthquake and volcanic eruptions. The German archaeologist Werner Keller says this about the region. Together with the base of this mighty fissure, which runs precisely through this area, the Vale of Siddim, including Sodom and Gomorrah, plunged one day into the abyss. Their destruction came about through a great earthquake which was probably accompanied by explosions, lightning, issue of natural gas, and general conflagration. In the upper valley of the Jordan, near Bashan, there are still the towering craters of extinct volcanoes. Great stretches of lava and deep layers of basalt have been deposited on the limestone surface. These layers of lava and basalt are the most important evidence showing that a volcanic eruption and an earthquake once took place there. In any event, Lake Lot, otherwise known as the Dead Sea, lies directly above a seismically active region, in other words, an earthquake belt. The community of Saba was one of the 4 biggest civilizations which lived in South Arabia. With the help of quite advanced technology for that particular era, the people of Saba constructed the Mahrib Dam and possessed an enormous irrigation capacity. This endowed them with much wealth and goods. However, instead of giving thanks to God for all this, they actually turned away from Him. Furthermore, they refused to heed the warnings and reminders issued to them. Because of these poor moral values, they merited punishment in the sight of God. In 542, their dams collapsed, and the flood of Arim ruined all their lands. The vineyards, orchards, and fields cultivated for hundreds of years by the people of Saba were completely destroyed. This flood is described in the Quran. There was also a sign for Saba in their dwelling place. 2 gardens, one to the right and one to the left. Eat of your Lord's provision and give thanks to Him, a bountiful land and a forgiving Lord. But they turned away, so we unleashed against them the flood from the great dam, and exchanged their 2 gardens for 2 others containing bitter-tasting plants and tamarisk, and a few lote trees. That is how we repaid them for their ingratitude. Are any but the ungrateful repaid like this? This fact revealed in the Quran is in complete agreement with archaeological findings. The Christian archaeologist Werner Keller, writer of The Bible as History, accepts that the flood of Arim occurred according to the description of the Quran, and writes that the existence of such a dam and the destruction of the whole city by its burst proves that the example given in the Quran about the people of the garden was indeed realized. The Quran is the word of Almighty God, the originator of everything, and the one who encompasses everything with His knowledge. One of the countless proofs of this is the way that its verses contain facts about scientific matters, as well as the past and the future, that nobody could have known. And what is more, all of this was revealed 14 centuries ago. Every piece of information the Quran contains reveals the secret miracles of this divine book. In one verse, God says, "If it had been from other than God, they would have found many inconsistencies in it." People are meant to hold fast to this divine book revealed by God and to receive it as their guide in life. In the Quran, God tells us the following: "This Quran could never have been devised by any besides God. Rather, it is confirmation of what came before it, and an elucidation of the book which contains no doubt from the Lord of all the worlds. Do they say, He has invented it? Say, then produce a surah like it, and call on anyone you can besides God if you are telling the truth. And this is a book we have sent down and blessed, so follow it and have fear of God, so that hopefully you will gain mercy." "14 centuries ago, God sent down His final divine book, the Quran, to humanity. This book will serve as a guide to all until the Day of Judgment. The matchless style of the Quran and the superior wisdom and striking features it contains are clear proofs that it is a divine scripture. There are striking descriptions of very important scientific facts in various verses of the Quran, expressed in a most unique and wise manner. Yet it was impossible for these scientific facts to be identified given the level of science and technology at the time the Quran was revealed, 14 centuries ago. These scientific facts have only been brought to light with modern-day science and technology. This feature of the Quran is one of its many miracles. There is no doubt that the Quran is the Word of God, the Lord of the worlds. This Quran is not a narration which has been invented, but confirmation of all that came before, a clarification of everything, and a guidance and a mercy for people who believe. It is a now common known fact that the earth rotates. The Quran clearly describes the direction of that rotation. These facts are revealed in these terms in the Quran, sent down in the 7th century when the earth was thought to be flat and resting on the back of an ox. You will see the mountains and reckon them to be solid, but they go past like clouds, the handiwork of God who gives to everything its solidity. He is aware of what you do. The verse emphasizes how the mountains, and therefore the earth itself, moves in the same way that clouds do. The direction of movement of the main cloud masses at some 4,000 meters high is always from west to east. This direction is the same as that in which the earth rotates around its own axis. Therefore, it is miraculously revealed in the verse that the earth moves from west to east, the same direction as followed by the clouds. And what is more, this was revealed 1,400 years before the present day, at a time when people did not believe that the earth was round, that it revolved around its own axis, and that it traveled from west to east. For hundreds of years, people imagined that the world was flat. Its true shape only came to light through the use of technological means. Our planet is round, but not completely spherical, however. Its shape is that of an ellipse, slightly flattened at the poles and slightly bulging at the equator. This unique shape of the Earth is described as geoid and was only discovered in the last few hundred years. Yet this special shape of the Earth is clearly set out in the Quran. The verse in question reads, "After that, he smoothed out the earth." In the above verse, the word daha is used in the original Arabic. The choice of this word to describe the earth is particularly striking because daha stems from the Arabic word dahu, which word is used to describe the action of adjusting or smoothing something out in a spherical manner. For example, words derived from that root are also used for the place where an ostrich lays its eggs, and the egg itself. Indeed, our Earth bears a very close resemblance to a geoid-shaped ostrich egg. The use of the word daha contains important information about the shape that God has given to the earth. There is no doubt that the way attention is drawn to these facts in the Quran, at a time when people's knowledge concerning the universe was very limited, is a manifest proof that it is the Word of God. How the process of photosynthesis begins in the morning. Plants are the source of the oxygen we breathe. They store solar energy in the form of foodstuffs that human beings and animals can make use of. This mechanism is known as photosynthesis. During the process of photosynthesis, plants take carbon dioxide from the air and give off oxygen in its place. They require sunlight in order to do this. Oxygen, which we breathe, is the main product of photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is a system based on difficult-to-understand chemical formulae and very delicate balances involving numbers and units of weight so small that one never encounters them in daily life. This process cannot be observed with the naked eye because the process employs electrons, atoms, and molecules. For millions of years, plants have been producing the oxygen, nutrients, and energy we need by means of photosynthesis, which was discovered in the 1700s, and many of whose mechanisms have still not been unraveled. The productivity of photosynthesis is measured by the level of oxygen output. The greatest point is in the morning, when the sun's rays are most concentrated. This important fact is indicated in these terms in a verse from the Quran. And I swear by the night when it draws in, and by the dawn when it breathes in. The term ita tanafasa in these verses is a metaphorical reference to breathing, respiration, or breathing deeply. The expression, and by the dawn when it breathes in, miraculously indicates that the production of oxygen, an essential component of our respiratory systems, begins in the morning. 1400 years ago, people were naturally unaware that plants used sunlight to produce oxygen by means of photosynthesis, and that this process began in the morning. Yet, our omniscient Lord reveals this in the Quran, using a most wise style to do so. Using present-day technology, we can obtain such information as the general geographic structure of an ocean, the features of the creatures living in it, its salinity level, the amount of water it contains, its surface area, and its depth. Advanced underwater craft and various special pieces of apparatus play an important role in this information reaching us. In the absence of these craft, it is practically impossible for a human being to descend any further than 70 meters beneath the sea. Therefore, scientists have only been able to acquire detailed information about the oceans in very recent times. One verse from the Quran concerning the seas reads, "Or they, the actions of unbelievers, are like the darkness of a fathomless sea, which is covered by waves, above which are clouds, layers of darkness, one upon the other. If he puts out his hand, he can scarcely see it. Those God gives no light to, they have no light." One of the pieces of information to which our attention is drawn in this verse is the fact that in addition to the waves on the surface, there is also a second kind of wave action under the water. Only recently did scientists discover the existence of these internal waves among layers of deep seawater at different densities. Internal waves are invisible to the human eye, although they can be identified by examining temperature and salinity variations at particular depths. It is quite impossible, in the absence of present-day technological means and equipment, for a human being to have any knowledge of these wave motions under the sea. Yet, in the Quran revealed 1400 years ago, Almighty God tells of these internal waves in the depths of the oceans. The fact that this information was imparted in a verse, at a time when people had no opportunity of diving below the oceans and doing research, clearly demonstrates once again that the Quran is the Word of God. Now let's consider the sequence set out in the verse. It refers first to the darkness in the oceans, then to the internal waves within them, then to the waves on the surface, and finally to the clouds above them. The point needing special attention is that there is darkness beneath all of them. Indeed, research employing present-day technology has shown that light cannot penetrate any further than around 200 meters beneath the surface, and that total darkness prevails after 1,000 meters. However, in the absence of advanced underwater apparatus, it is impossible for a human being to descend into the depths, carry out observations, and discover that the water becomes dark. There is still light at 70 meters, the deepest a person can descend without technological equipment and apparatus. There is no darkness at that depth. It was therefore impossible in the 7th century, when the Quran was revealed, for people to dive without special apparatus and gas tanks and discover the darkness in the oceans. The fact that the darkness of the seas is revealed in the Quran is yet another of the Quran's scientific miracles. The formation of milk in animals' bodies is described thus in one verse of the Quran. There is instruction for you in cattle. From the contents of their bellies, from between the dung and blood, we give you pure milk to drink, easy for drinkers to swallow. In order to better comprehend this verse, it will be useful to briefly summarize digestive and circulatory systems of animals. The food animals eat is digested in the digestive system by being subjected to a number of stages. The digested substances enter the bloodstream through the intestinal wall. The complex chemical substances that enter the bloodstream from the digestive system are distributed to the relevant organs in the body by means of the circulatory system. Some of this mixture is distributed to the muscles and other bodily tissues, and some reaches the milk glands to be turned into milk. Like the other bodily tissues, the milk glands are nourished by nutriments brought to them by the blood. The blood, therefore, plays a most important role in the collection and transfer of nutriments. Milk is secreted by the milk glands in the wake of all these stages, and thus perfectly clean, snow-white and nourishing milk is produced from the blood and semi-digested foodstuffs that human beings cannot consume directly. Human beings are neither able to directly consume the semi-digested foodstuffs in an animal's stomach, nor the animal's blood itself. Moreover, if they do consume either one of these, or a combination of both, it can result in serious food poisoning, or even death. Yet thanks to the exceedingly complex biological systems He has created, God bestows on us a health-giving, clean, and nutritious drink from these fluids. The formation of milk is a great miracle on its own. Yet the fact that such detailed information concerning it is provided in the Quran is by itself yet another miracle. The description of the biological formation of milk in this verse is in considerable agreement with the facts revealed by modern-day science. It is quite clear that such information, requiring detailed knowledge of mammals' digestive systems, could not have been known at the time when the Quran was revealed. This information is one of the proofs of the omniscience of Almighty God. Human beings need oxygen and air pressure in order to live. Breathing enables the oxygen in the atmosphere to reach the air sacs in our lungs. With increasing altitude, however, atmospheric pressure goes down as the atmosphere becomes thinner. Therefore, the amount of oxygen declines and it becomes harder to breathe. As the air sacs grow narrow and contract, we feel as if we cannot breathe. If the amount of oxygen in the blood is less than the body needs, several symptoms emerge, such as extreme fatigue, headaches, dizziness, nausea, and loss of judgment, just to list a few. When a certain height is reached, it finally becomes impossible for a human being to breathe at all. This is why we need oxygen bottles and special clothing in order to survive at such elevations. Someone at 5,000 to 7,500 meters above sea level may faint and go into a coma because of breathing difficulties. That explains the presence of oxygen equipment in airplanes. The difficulty experienced in breathing with increasing altitude gives rise to a contraction in the chest and a feeling of tightness. This scientific fact is revealed thus in the Quran. When God desires to guide someone, He expands His breast to Islam. When He desires to misguide someone, He makes His breast narrow and constricted as if He were climbing up into the sky. That is how God defiles those who do not believe. The inhabitants of the Arabian Peninsula in the 600s had, of course, no means of flying in the air or climbing mountains thousands of meters high to permit them to experience the shortness of breath referred to in the Quran. Yet this information was given to Muslims in our exalted scripture, the Quran, a clarification of everything. The star Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. Astronomers have calculated its distance from us at being 8.5 light years. It was noted only in very recent times, thanks to modern telescopes, that Sirius moves together with another star, much smaller than itself and invisible to the naked eye. Scientists call this two-star system Sirius A and Sirius B. The larger of these is Sirius A, which is the brightest star that can be seen with the naked eye. Its mass is 3 times that of the Sun, and it is 10 times brighter than it. Sirius B, on the other hand, is a white dwarf star. It cannot be seen with the naked eye. It possesses approximately the same mass as the Sun, although since its diameter is only 4 times that of the Earth, it is very much more dense. The stars in the Sirius system are heading towards our direction at thousands of kilometers an hour. The duration of the rising of Sirius on Earth's horizon is exactly the same as our solar year. In other words, 365 days and 6 hours. Because they had discovered this interesting common feature in the star Sirius and the solar system, the ancient Egyptians declared the day when Sirius first appeared on the horizon to be the first day of their calendar year. Because of such characteristics, the star Sirius became a focus of interest for a great many ancient civilizations. It was believed that this star possessed various powers, and some people even went to such excesses in their depravity as to worship it. The fact is, though, that it is God, the Lord of the worlds, who created the star Sirius and all the features it possesses, just as he did everything else. God refers to Sirius, known as Shi-Ra in Arabic, in verse 49 of Surat An-Najm of the Quran. It is he who is the Lord of Sirius. The Sirius double stars orbit in ellipses around one another. The orbital period of Sirius A and B about their common center of gravity is 49.9 years. This scientific data is today accepted with one accord by the departments of astronomy at Harvard, Ottawa, and Leicester universities. This information is reported as followed in various sources. Sirius, the brightest star, is actually a twin star. Its orbit lasts 49.9 years. As is known, the star Sirius A and Sirius B orbit each other in a double bow every 49.9 years. The point requiring attention here is the double, bow-shaped orbit of the two stars around one another. We've seen that the star Sirius is referred to in Surat An-Najm, verse 49. We also encounter a very wise analogy in verse 9 of the same surah. He was 2 bow lengths away, or even closer. As we have seen this far, the star Sirius is referred to in verse 49 of the surah, and verse 9 of the same surah contains the expression 2 bow lengths to refer to the two stars' orbits. When we combine the numbers of these two verses, in other words 49 and 9, we obtain the number 49.9, the duration in years of these stars' orbits. Here we are faced with a mathematical miracle of the Quran. Given the technological means available 1400 years ago, it was of course impossible for people living then to know that the star Sirius, one of which is too small to be seen with the naked eye, was actually a 2-star system, that both these stars' orbits were in the form of a bow, and that those orbits lasted for 49.9 years. Scientists only came by that information towards the end of the 20th century. Yet our Almighty Lord, the Creator of everything from nothing, the absolute ruler, has miraculously revealed these facts in the Quran. And God knows best. This scientific fact that nobody could have known at the time of the revelation of the Quran once again proves that the Quran is the word of Almighty God. All that we have seen in this film shows us one clear fact. The Quran contains no discrepancies. It comes from the presence of our Lord. The scientific subjects mentioned in the Quran, accounts from the past or the future, and its mathematical order contain facts that nobody at the time could have known. It was impossible for those facts to be obtained at the level of science and technology of the time. This, of course, is clear proof that the Quran cannot possibly be the word of a human being. It is the revelation of God and has been preserved unaltered since it was first imparted to us. Say, if both men and jinn banded together to produce the like of this Quran, they could never produce anything like it, even if they backed each other up. The Quran is the word of God, who created all things from nothing, and whose knowledge enfolds all entities. Our duty is to cling tightly to this divine scripture revealed, and to adopt it as our guide. And this is a book we have sent down and blessed, so follow it and have fear and respect, so that hopefully you will gain mercy.
Dear viewer, if you choose to be among those who believe and do righteous deeds, those who repent, amend and make manifest the truth, neither among the transgressors who wronged themselves, nor who distort God's revelations, nor those who earned Allah anger, nor those who went astray, nor those who knowingly conceal the truth. Without further delay, this is the way to convert to Islam. You have to say, after me, the testimony of faith, which is, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the servant and messenger of Allah. Then, say it after me in Arabic. This testimony is,
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله.
You will find in this channel more important videos concerning practices in Islam. Please subscribe in this channel, or share this video, or upload it on your channel. May God, the most compassionate, the most forgiving, the most noble, guide us to His straight path, grant paradise for those who distribute or upload this video, and grant the producer of this movie and his family the highest Firdaus paradise. Amen.